Flame on. Flame on. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm here with my special guest, Pikashades. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, long time since I have been here.
Indeed. First of all, I just want to say if you are already joining on Pika's channel, welcome, welcome. This will also serve as an interlude or in-between piece between his Batman and Robin retrospective. What's up, Robin Willing? How you doing?
Hey, Robert.
If you have, I highly recommend checking out his content and catching up on that if you haven't already, and then come back to this one.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you all coming on either way. So, Pika, how about you start us off?
Yeah, well, we started to talk about Damian Wayne retrospective, and mostly also because I have been doing that 4-part comparison review between the Camus movie Batman vs Robin, that I went through the stories and source material that led to that movie, and that video is still coming. But I have also been talking about that there's the third movie, which was the Bad Blood, which also has even more source material than this. So let's talk about this out, and I can also go back to this eventually when I cover those in proper detail, then just talk about it. But Damian Wayne is, as it says right there, the most main topic, not just Grant Morrison's run, but Damian is the focal point.
We're doing good, Tevia and Najee. Welcome back to the channel. I know it's been a while, but yeah, I guess we have to. If we're going to start, we have to start at the very beginning. At least the concept of a son of Batman was used as a gag. Well, relatively the equivalent of a gag across the Silver Age and early Bronze Age, or post-Crisis, if you're a DC diehard fan. It wasn't until 1988 I want to say 1988 or 1987. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was the concept taken seriously in an Elseworld, Son of the Demon, which does play into Damian Wayne himself when he's canonized years later, but with a different ending. I will not spoil that story. That is a separate video in of itself.
Yeah.
But moving on to the present day. We then move on to 2005, 2006, where
2006, somewhere around 1 year later.
Thank you. And 2006, where the character was actually taken seriously and debuted in main continuity. And I'll let Pika go ahead and take over for this first part, since this is also his video as well.
Yeah. So, as I covered in a video I did 3 years ago, Batman and Son, as it was then, was the beginning of Grant Morrison's run on Batman back in 2006 during the 1 year later after Infinite Crisis. This was a story where after a major incident covering how Batman had mostly cleaned up Gotham more or less after having come back for a year apart, he decided to take a vacation time or some time off in London. In London, okay. So before that, Tim Drake Robin was at the same time adopted by Bruce legally as his son, not as his ward, but as his son. And even before this, Dick Grayson had also been legally adopted as Bruce's son, since he had been a ward, but when he got grown older, they decided not to
as a symbolic gesture.
It was a symbolic gesture, but also legally they are Bruce's sons and legal heirs.
I think the only one that was directly adopted by Jason was still a ward. Then he got his then he ended up coming back and got it. Did he ever get adopted after the fact, or is he still legally dead?
No, he's not legally dead. I think Scott Lobdell pretty made in his rebirth run, as it went from Red Hood and the Outlaws to just Red Hood and whatever. After that one point where Artemis and Bizarro were sucked somewhere, and Bizarro and Red Hood and Jason pulled up an assassination attempt on Penguin. He ref from Gotham. Bruce said, "Okay, no need to come back. We're cool, but just don't come back in Gotham." And then Jason came back to Gotham and legally took over the Iceberg Lounge as Jason Todd.
Okay, so they did end up undoing that eventually.
Yeah,
Sorry if I'm lagging at a certain point. That's why I'm letting Pika take over for this first section.
yeah,
S
yeah. Some,
but go ahead.
yeah. But back to this story. Sorry, Bruce. Well, he was trying to find himself as Bruce Wayne and not Batman, pretending to be Bruce Wayne. Was trying to get his edge back at some charity events, where also um, but also some two mother and son saw were looking at, and the son recognized Bruce as his father. It was then recognized that it was Talia who had man bats. Had a quick. Eventually, they were attacked at this event where Batman fought them, and the wife of the British Prime Minister was kidnapped. Eventually, by after an issue long sequence. Hold on. To be come back face to face with Talia, and here there's also this one aspect of the story that Grant Morrison rewrote when the New 52 gave Grant Morrison the chance to rewrite this, like a cosmic retcon to change something of being. I'm just going to read this as it is. It doesn't say it out loud, but you can read between the lines. I remember being drugged senseless and refusing to cooperate in some depraved eugenics experiment. That's all I'm going to say. You can read between the lines.
All I have to say on that is that Grant Morrison later went on an interview saying that he/they, I'm respecting his pronouns, he/they did not take the time to readdress or reread Son of the Demon at the time when they got the gig. And if he had, he probably wouldn't have gone that far.
Yeah, but then when the New 52 happened,
He
Morrison was
retconned
given a chance to retcon it.
it.
Yeah. And so, at that meeting, Talia took off with the British Prime Minister's wife and left Bruce to meet his son for the first time. It jumps back to the Batcave where, yes, Damian was portrayed as a very entitled little shit who mostly communicated well with English, but also with the international sign language. If you can get the reference.
Yep.
And then there was also the whole thing that there was the blood son and the adopted son.
Yeah, which the fan. I'll take over for this part, Pika. You could use the break, but yeah, this led to a major beef in the fandom over this. Sorry, I had to check something. To where people genuinely believe that Tim was snubbed of the Robin mantle by Damian, even though that technically happened leading into going into Batman Inc. and the carryover into the New 52. Damian wasn't officially made Robin until way later, almost like 2 years later.
Yeah, we go by. This story came out Damian was introduced in 2006. 2007, 2008 is when Final Crisis happened, and 2009
Batman Reborn.
Yeah, that is when Batman Reborn happened, and then Damian only debuted as Robin in 2009.
If you're wondering why we're skipping Batman and Son and Damian's origin, Batman and Son is a prelude to a wider story in the overall run. It's only 3 issues. Batman and Son is not that long. You could literally get through it in 20 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much like when I did my video on it. It's basically only 4 issues. Actually, I can just say it's basically Damian is brought. Bruce is made know about Damian. He brings Damian to the cave, introduces him to Alfred and Tim. Then Bruce goes to do normal Batman stuff. Meanwhile, Damian beats Tim up, steals a Robin costume. Bruce finds him as Batman, and then they come back to Batcave, find Tim. Then have a day. have Alfred patch team up, and then Bruce tells Damian to pretty much they go rescue the British Prime Minister's wife at Gibraltar, and the story pretty much ends there. It's another one of these situations where the gap between Tony Daniel was the first Monson writer to handle it. Yeah, that was in the Battle for the Cowl.
Yeah, that was a battle for the cowl. Okay, all right. Are we counting that one? Because that most okay. We might as well. Basically, post Final Crisis, Bruce gets time.
I'll get that book. It's still behind. Go on.
All right. Okay. Well, Pika's got a physical copy of Final Crisis. But while we're waiting on that, basically, Final Crisis, the Omega Beam. Basically, he gets time displaced, and everyone assumes he's dead, and then everyone's fighting over who will take over Batman to keep Gotham safe. Grayson ultimately takes up the cowl in the end, but there's a unique subplot where Damian's written to be as relatively normal as conventionally possible and gets grounded for taking a civilian girl on a joyride.
Yeah, let's talk about that in the
Batman and Robin section.
When we get to it. But
okay. Back to this. Let's stay in order.
Back to this. There's the whole situation where the British Prime Minister's wife is rescued, and then Talia gives Bruce another ultimatum: join us as the ultimate family and our family. Hold on. Let me see how this is. Who else in the world is like us, Bruce Wayne? Join me, and I promise I'll never threaten civilization again. The century's greatest crime fighter, the daughter of greatest crime lord, and genetically perfect son. We'll found a dynasty that will rule the planet for 1,000 years. Ours is a love story, remember? That was a long time ago, Talia. Then it's war, and you're responsible. My dear detective, my mad billionaire, brilliant genius with your child. Okay, I don't think this is mostly Talia talking, this is mostly just Grant Morrison describing Batman in that sense. But Talia gave Bruce a choice. Bruce gave the... I don't know if this is basically a yes-no situation. This is a no time to properly talk about this thing because the British Prime Minister was kidnapped, the Royal Navy was also going to bomb them. And eventually they got bombed. And that's how Bruce got separated from Talia and Damian for the first time ever since learning that he is a father.
Yeah, we will cover that section when we get to Batman Incorporated, but this was around the time where Grant Morrison pretty much made Talia a dark mother figure in the attempt to make Damian more sympathetic or come across more sympathetic in readership. And we'll cross that when we get to it, Robert. Try not to skip ahead. We'll cross when we get to it.
Yeah. Then there's also a B-plot story that happens also in the... Okay, this is the story of Son of Batman. And this half is the three ghosts of Batman. It's a B story that builds up to the Black Glove, the antagonist that are responsible for Batman RAP. Mostly the three ghosts that we actually see in the... Also, there's this African girlfriend that Bruce had, Jezebel Jet, as African supermodel billionaire who is tied to Black Glove. Let's just skip that part out. And then there are the three ghosts. One ghost is this hooked out Bane Batman. And actually, there was also, in the beginning of Batman and Son, there was the first ghost was the one who shot the Joker to the face. And during the ghost story, Bruce actually sees Damian after the Bane Batman beats Batman up. Bruce barely gets to a safe house at Wayne in Wayne Tower, and there he has one of those prediction dreams of the gun-toting Batman, Bane Batman, Damian, and then there's the third ghost, but that's not until Black Glove in a different book. And then there's also a flash forward issue story with Batman of Bethlehem, or Batman in Bethlehem, which shows adult Damian as Batman.
Okay, so well, but would you say okay, now sorry, I lost where we were. Are we on Return of Ra's al Ghul next, or is there one more story before that?
Well, that should probably be next because hold on. This is not until later. Yes, there is. Yeah, Resurrection of Ra's al Ghul. Let's move on to this next.
But
Because I recall Black Glove references some things that happened here.
Yep. But I will say before we move on, the Camus Son of Batman did a decent job with what they were given. Again, it's only 4 issues. I mean, it replaced. There wasn't really a villain in Son of Batman because Son of Batman and Son is just a prelude to a larger story. So
Yeah.
they really could have gotten away with just about anything. Me personally, I would have. We get it, Pika. That was not the best Deathstroke performance of all time.
That wasn't even Deathstroke. That was an impersonator.
If we get on this rant, we'll be here every bit an hour.
Yeah. But anyway, even since because when it came to the Bad Blood movie where Talia was already a villain, she might as well have been the villain she was portrayed as in the Batman and Son.
They do try to explain it that she was corrupted by the Lazarus pit, or at least have her be revived by the pit to set it up. But that alone does not warrant it. Talia could have gone off the rails at any given moment. It doesn't matter if I appreciate you using the pit, but that alone does not explain how she goes off the deep end in less than a year.
Yeah.
So okay, but back to this.
Yeah, Resurrection of Ra's al Ghul. It starts mostly with, I think it was an annual issue that was mostly had a framing device where Bruce was as Batman following a lead that was indirectly tied to Talia and Damian, who at the same time Damian was being taught the history of Ra's, mostly like the fact that he was studying to be a physician. He had a wife, and then they were given a patient who was a spoiled prince. This was basically when Ra's found Lazarus Pit. He decided to use the Lazarus Pit to cure the prince, and in the madness that came from the resurrection, the prince killed Raz's wife, and then they blamed Ra's for her death. And well, there was an imprisonment that goes talking about very many things, but eventually Ra's came back to his revenge and then set out to become the demon's head. And yeah, Tevia, there was a story, Death and the Maidens, where Nyssa stabbed Ra's to death, and then Batman had him cremated.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then that led to Cassandra Cain getting brainwashed to take over the league at the time. Beechin got screwed over by editorial. Like he got a chance to fix it later on, but yeah, after that I would have left the industry too after that fiasco.
Yeah.
Did Beechin do any other work for DC, or did he leave right after the New 52? Because I don't remember him in anything else. Beechin and Teen Titans, but that was it. But yeah, that was a whole thing. But Batman Beyond, that's an Elseworld, Robert. That's an Elseworld, Robert. But we'll get to it. Get to it.
Regardless, this history lesson to Damian was then revealed to be done by the White Ghost, who was preparing Damian pretty much for the purpose of Resurrection of Ra's al Ghul, because they wanted to resurrect Damian with a host body.
Race, you mean? You said resurrect Damian with a host body.
Resurrect Ra's with a host body, and Damian would have been that host body. Well, they learned about that. Of course, they ran away. And by the time Batman showed up, they had already ran away. And Batman was all, Talia and Damian were here. Then there's some prelude issue where Damian is walking around somewhere in Asia, and baby is drugged with some different visions and made to fight against different Robins. This is still before he himself became a Robin.
Yeah, he still had. Now it's not.
Okay. Adam Beecham did the Hush Beyond.
Wait, Hush Beyond. Oh, that tank. Oh. Yeah, we don't talk about that story. We no. No.
Yeah, that's not. Regardless, this was some kind of experience, but yeah. Grant Morrison wrote 2 issues because this was Resurrection of Ra's al Ghul was one of those stories that went from Batman, Detective Comics, Nightwing, Robin, back to Batman, and so on.
The story arc itself was originally a crossover between Batman, Detective DTC, Nightwing, and I believe Tim Drake's Robin, if it was still active at the time. I think
it was still active at the time. It was also the story where it was revealed that Sensei is Raj's father somehow.
He used the Lazarus Pit to preserve him, but
probably still kind of wonder looking at when you look at this annual issue where he was still shown to still have the physician background as an Arabic man, and Sensei is still an Asian man. That still it makes you wonder the whole. Who traveled where and how much.
All we know officially is that Raish is the descendant of one of the original nomadic tribes. But which one has been lost to time.
And Sensei might as well have been there, one of them, those nomads.
Yep.
Okay, then it comes to eventually, Ra's was eventually resurrected in a decayed body or some of sorts, and where is that?
The Fountain of Youth.
But, this is pretty much Raz's first appearance as a back to life, as a bandaged mummy.
Yeah, I think Iron Maiden, or the story where Raish was killed by Nessa, that was like 5 years prior to this.
It was pre-Infinite Crisis.
I know it was in the early 2000s, and this storyline came out in 07. So this could have been anywhere between 03 or 04 when Son of Iron Maiden took place. This could have been anywhere between 03 or 04. Maidens. Death of the Maidens. I knew it was something. Death of the Maidens. Thank you. I'm thinking of something else. But please continue, Pika. I hate to sorry for cutting you off. Please continue.
No idea, Robert. I have no idea because I'm trying to look at it even here. There's the.
They might have used a ritualistic sacrifice. It was never confirmed in the story.
It's not actually even said whose decaying body this is. It was one of those that Raz was still pretty much body hopping from body to body. And it had to be a blood relative that he needed that
for the vitality and the connection to the
vitality, and so that it won't decay too soon. Because even in this story, there's a point where Batman offers his own body as a host, and Raz says, "What does he say?" It's actually it's also one of those.
I prefer someone younger.
Yeah, he prefers youth. That's pretty much what he said.
And this is where a lot of the Tim versus Damian beef comes from, because a lot of people misinterpret what went down. But it was not a brotherly squabble between Damian and Tim. These two literally hated each other.
Yeah, but this is actually the first meeting they had. Tim is hostile because of how their last meeting went, and Damian does not actually care about how their last meeting went. He is running for his life, and
he's in pure survivor mode. And then Tim stirring the pot isn't exactly over a beef. Is not exactly helping the situation. Alfred actually tries to calm Damian down, to which Tim misinterprets it and starts a fight right then and there.
Yep. Yeah. Meanwhile, Bruce and Talia get acquainted and share notes about Raz having come back. And then the manor is attacked
Rated.
by raided. Nightwing is called to help, and I don't know what these three were pretty much joke characters as well. That's how they were used. Oh, here's something about this is in the Nightwing issue that they just say that it's some Sammy whose body it is. Ross says something like this. Sammy, you disappoint me so. This body comes undone so quickly. I have lived for lives upon lives, and yet my time runs out. I returned in another's body, but I lack the time to master continued transference. I must reach Nanda Parbat to make preparations for Damian's deliverance.
Okay, so they do confirm he's been jumping from body to body via ritualistic sacrifices. We just don't see we just don't see the lead up to these rituals. We just see the most recent one and then Rage coming back as a mummy.
Yeah, it's a tell don't show situation.
Yep.
Eventually, the ninjas were able to overpower Nightwing or overpower Robin and hold on. I'll just make sure. Oh yeah. Those joke women characters. The ninjas pretty much do use the whole don't kill, no kill rules and to poison them so that Nightwing can either get them anti-venom to poison to cure them or let them die in for trying to save Tim and Damian, and so they ended up getting taken.
Pretty much a fork in the road to keep Nightwing from saving the two. That's pretty much all it boiled down to. I wouldn't exactly call them joke characters, but they serve their purpose.
Yeah, it's like I think there's a better term. It's just missing me right now.
It's quite all right. I know it's got to be every bit midnight over there. Every bit.
Yeah, it is. It's already Saturday. And this one panel, look at.
Oh, I remember this. Wait, Joker henchman.
Nah, Joker is not in this one.
No, Joker wasn't in this one.
Yeah. And then there's I Ching was also. I think this was a Wonder Woman character.
Hold on, let me see.
I Ching.
He did. I think he did debut. I want to say he is a Wonder Woman character. I could be wrong, but yeah. So the Nightwing issue, I would say the night.
This was in the Detective Comics, so this issue was written by. This was Paul Dini's issue, and Paul Dini actually did one of these good moments between Bruce and Talia here, with Bruce cleaning up one of her wounds after one fight incident.
Yep, and he did debut in Wonder Woman from the Agent Prince era. This was like the mid '90s. I want to say Agent Prince was the 90s. I could be wrong.
Okay, here comes the second Morrison issue. Yeah. Okay, so Bruce offered a third option, that they were going to Nanda Parbat anyway. Well, actually, Raj was already going to go to Nanda Parbat, and there was a fountain of life. Different from a Lazarus pit. Bruce says here that substitute body would have been perfect if the donor hadn't been given a dose of polonium by... so this was some willing volunteer who had likely been prepared for Raj to take over, but it was by I assume Sensei had given it polonium, so it's decaying. But that's still there's a, because in the Morrison issue, when they eventually get to Nanda Parbat, and then they have to face against Sensei. Well, Sensei obviously is a better fighter than both of them. Or what is it? The Sensei beats up Batman very much and says that I am very old, it's true. I am an evil old man and my stamina is not what it was. I can keep this up for less than 2 minutes. And Batman then says, after being beaten up, that he is lasting longer than a minute. And then eventually Sensei gets pushed into the Fountain of Life. Maybe it has a different reaction since Sensei is not dying. And Raj takes over one of the monks in Nanda Parbat. Oh, and Batman also fell to the Fountain of Life and his wounds were healed. Yep. Then there's the Robin issue where I think was it? Oh, never mind. There's the monk that Raste took possessed next, and already he is decaying.
Yep.
For the moment, a mere vessel contains my life essence, but like Sam Tang's body, this husk will soon burn out until... pre-CW Merlyn. Yeah. White Ghost, this one point where White Ghost tries to give Tim access to the Lazarus pit to use so he could, at this point, resurrect Superboy, his father, and Stephanie Brown. And then it switches into the Nightwing issue, which is basically them fighting and debating about why not to do this and why do this. And White Ghost then takes Damian to the to Nanda Parbat, and eventually Nightwing manages to talk Tim into his senses, and then we have this moment where Nightwing's inner monologue looks at Talia like this and thinks, sometimes I forget what Bruce ever saw in her, and then there are times like this. Yeah. And then they get to Nanda Parbat where, okay, Ras managed to apparently get some life energy from Damian to make the monk look like
himself.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Then Paul Dini wrote this last issue. It's again a fighting issue where Ras's body keeps decaying, and there's this two panels where Bruce literally tells Damian to pick up a weapon because we are at war.
And it's going to get messy no matter what.
This is war. It's ugly and brutal. Forget any fairy tales your mother told you about entitlement. We are fighting for our lives, understand? Or maybe it wasn't about fighting to kill. Maybe it was fighting to survive and not having someone else fight your battles for you. And then there's the whole film. Eventually, there's the point where White Ghost is revealed to be one of Raz's sons, the one who was born as an albino and pushed aside, and Raz lives again in the body of White Ghost.
Yeah, he does have another son named not Dusan.
That is Dusan. Dusan.
Okay, so
or that was Dusan.
Okay, because he was retconned to have a daughter in Rebirth, but I forget her name right now. Maya Al Ghul, something like that.
Mara Al Ghul, I think it was one of the cousins or White Ghost's child or Nyssa's child, or how many children Raz does and doesn't have.
It's not confirmed, but it's not Grayson's Robin tunic. It's Jason's. At least in Batman and Son, he stole the memorial tunic from the Batcave, which implies it's Jason's tunic, and Damian took it as a trophy, but it was never confirmed, at least not in the issues itself.
Yeah. Eventually, it gets to where the League fights Batman and Batman's family, and eventually Ramakrishna pretty much eventually comes down to speak to the Mooks and tells them to get the hell out of our house. You wanna fight against each other, fight somewhere else. This is holy ground.
Pretty much.
And before, while that was all happening, Talia knocked Damian out and then snuck out so that they were once again taken out. And that's Resurrection of Ra's al Ghul, which apparently happened on Christmas based on this last panel, last page. Okay, Damian is not very much present in the Black Glove, but it's still built up to the villains we see in Batman R.I.P. So we just run through it.
Just run through it as quickly as possible, because like you said, Damian doesn't really play much of a role in Black Glove.
Okay, well, this is not a very thick book either way, so it ties to the Silver Age concept of Batman of all nations and of people who were invited basically to a murder mystery on an island where then where all their planes well, it's a murder mystery. There's a traitor among them. There were all those different, not Batman. I don't. Hold on, let me. What were these people's names? Legionnaire, Wingman, El Gaucho, Knight and Square, Dark Ranger, and so on and so on. Well, anyway, this story just establishes as the Black Glove to exist as billionaires who have too much time and are bored and want to use their untouchable status to basically be jerks because they can go. But anyway, then there's the second half is the third ghost, whom Robert already told us to be Michael Lane. And then where Batman eventually comes to confront this third ghost, he is shot point blank to the chest that causes him to have a heart attack or something like that. And then there's the next story behind that is basically a fever dream and a story where it's implied that Batman spent actually it ties to the 1 year later on the Thurgal ritual where Bruce spent 13 days in isolation. And apparently in his early days when he wore the purple gloves costume, he mentally tortured Joe Chill, who had become a crime boss. And then eventually told Chill that, yes, you made Batman. And Chill then committed suicide. This story implies that Batman pushed Joe Chill into committing suicide. And then there's also some ties to the Batman to the Silver Age story, Robin Dies at Dawn, where Batman took a similar kind of isolation therapy, which was basically held by a doctor that was unnamed, and Grant Morrison decided to make the main villain of Batman R.I.P. We'll get to see him eventually. And then at the end of this story, there's another story where Bruce is on a date with that Jezebel Jet woman. They are attacked when they are at the restaurant by the 10-eyed man. Oh yeah, that's what pretty much Robert summarized it very well. Yeah, retold a pre-credit story where Batman confronts Joeshil and
Sorry about that. I had to step out for a second. What I
yeah,
miss?
but well, I went through the Black Glove story. It went it and how it pretty much got established the whole. There was the Silver Age story, Robin Dies at Dawn, where Batman took place in one of those in a week's isolation that was done by a unnamed doctor that Grant Morrison decided to make the main villain of his run. And then we're at a point where Bruce and Jezebel Jet are on a date that is getting crashed by the Ten-Eyed Man. During this fight, Bruce doesn't get to suit up and he fights the Ten-Eyed Man and his people, and Jezebel Jet sees Bruce being Batman without costume and learns his secret. That is where this story ends, and that where move on to Batman Incorporated. Sorry, Batman RAP.
Okay, so thoughts on the Black Glove? It is a tumultuous story. I am sorry I missed that section, Pika. I would have helped ease that burden if I could. But it does directly set up the other events in this overall run. So kind of a necessary evil.
It's basically a stepping stone. 2 stepping stones to be exact. Yeah, with the whole Black Glove incident with Batman of all nations and the 3 ghosts. Well, there was the whole Faces of Evil, or the Day Evil won, something that was lead up to Final Crisis. And Batman RIP starts with that issue where Batman confronts the Joker about knowing that the Black Glove is out there and they have been communicating with the Joker. So Batman basically tells the Joker to send them a message, bring it on. And this story pretty much opens in media res, which actually leads all the way to Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin will never die. And then it jumps to introducing us to the Black Glove, which is supposed to be led by Dr. Simon Hurt, which is the name Grant Morrison gave to the nameless doctor from Robin Dies at Dawn. They are setting up while Batman and Robin are doing their basic patrol stuff, after which it's established that Jezebel Jet lives with Bruce in the Wayne Manor now, or she's staying over. I don't know which way to go with that. While they have their privacy, we have this one scene with Tim and Alfred, which I think Christopher Priest took this scene for when he was writing Deathstroke about did Bruce ever do a DNA test on Damian? And it's not said. Alfred says that it is not his place to tell. Bruce will tell if he will, and Tim just walks away. And Christopher Priest eventually wrote a continuation to this.
Yeah, and then it reveals that at the end. I get why editorial or one of the higher ups would want to retcon Damian, that because of the entitlement and the blood son aspect, but no, it completely derails his entire story, and what would even be the point?
At the same time, one of the doctors at Arkham looking after Joker is also revealed to be tied to Black Glove, showing how the Black Glove has been communicating with the Joker. In the meanwhile, Batman has been going after asking about Black Glove. It just goes back to some very old with some actors who were a husband and wife who had an affair and something or the other. And then there's the whole point that one of the actors looks suspiciously much like Thomas Wayne. It's not actually said, but the art is pretty much has it here. And then there's the whole thing that we have with Dr. Hurt says that what they are about to do is a work of art. They see going after Batman being basically something of an art, a crime of art. All they need to do is push and they have Batman self-destruct. This self-destruction happens when they go, while Bruce has as Jezebel in the Batcave, and all of a sudden the Bat computer starts to play to show message or subliminal message, or actually no, that's not what I have. It gets taken over somewhat weirdly, and in the middle of this scene we have a scene with Commissioner Gordon and I guess this is the mayor. Because there's a conspiracy, actors, and something that an investigation from back when the Waynes were killed, with some private detective who was hired by Martha Wayne's family and mysteriously disappeared. But still, it shows about there was some conspiracy that would destroy the reputation of Bruce and Bruce's parents. Not very a new concept now, but back in 2007, 2008, this probably was more of a new something of a new idea.
Excuse me, somewhat, definitely, especially if you played the Telltale games. I wouldn't be surprised if they were inspired by the story. At least the subplot was.
Yeah. Eventually, they do the whole push, and Batman starts to self-destruct while the Batcave is attacked. And then when Batman Tim is attacked, I think in Tim's own series, he had a garage where he operated from, or kept his Redbird car. Tim is attacked there, and Batman manages to just barely escape. And then Bruce is found as an amnestic homeless man. And then Nightwing is captured by the Black Glove. Bruce has been going on this whole issue is basically like a trip. Bruce has been drugged. He has amnesia, and he is given more drugs, and then he is told that the man he apparently spent this whole day with has been dead, long dead. Black Glove has by now taken over the space, and now we have Dr. Simon Hurt wearing the Thomas Wayne's original batsuit that he wore to a masquerade many years ago. Not the Flashpoint Thomas Wayne batsuit, but the original Silver Age.
It was a costume party, basically. I want to say Brave and the Bold, the TV show, referenced it in an episode.
Yeah, they did. There was that one episode that Paul needed with, which was that Joe Shield episode. And that whole revelation that Bruce had been missing, going all out, that then activates Batman of Zurn R as a backup personality, and Batmite is a hallucination. Batman of Zurn R goes around beating is on a rampage while pulls out a rampage against Black Glove's operations before eventually, not before eventually, Commissioner Gordon, after what he discovered, he tries to go to Wayne Manor and learn what is going on, but the officers he is with are killed because the Black Glove is taking over. And Dr. Hurt tries to tell Alfred that he is Thomas Wayne who faked his death and was never really dead. And that one doctor who was revealed to who was looking at the Joker takes over Arkham from Dr. Jeremiah Arkham. A lot of things are happening. We're jumping from scene to scene to scene. This is pretty much Grant Morrison's
playbook. If he's not making Silver Age callbacks or reduxes, Grant Morrison. His style is all over the place, especially when we get to Final Crisis. It is a clusterfuck. I hardly ever curse on this channel, but it is a clusterfuck to get through.
Yeah. Then the next issue shows Arkham has been taken over by the Black Glove. They have guests to come see how Batman gets undone. They have a fancy dinner party set up. And Batman of Sur and Arkham arrives to Arkham while the Joker is let loose. The Joker is being a free agent, but works with them, not for them. And then there's this whole line about when the Batmite and Batman of Zuren are talk. Because this is where Batmite leaves away, and the Zuren are asks, "Are you an alien and hyper-imp from the fifth dimension, or a figment of my imagination?" And Batmite pretty much responds, "Imagination is the fifth dimension."
Imagination.
Yeah.
I had to. I was holding that in.
Yeah.
I was holding that in.
Yeah. Batman of Zorenar fights his way to Jezebel Jet, who is a captive, and the Joker is welcomed to be with the Black Glove by Dr. Hurt. Commissioner Gordon is trying to survive in the Wayne Manor, with all the traps that Black Glove has put there, but eventually he is rescued by Talia and Damian, and the scene cuts off before we get to see how the conversation would go, because all this feels like expositionary dialogue. And going forward, how the status quo goes around now, we don't know how much Commissioner Gordon knows or is aware of Batman being Bruce Wayne, but Talia here names that Damian is the son of Batman. So from this point on, Commissioner Gordon knows that Batman has a son whose name is Damian.
Yeah, depending on the version, either God, forgive me. Either Gordon figures it out but doesn't say anything to maintain plausible deniability, or he outright figures it out and just doesn't. It just depends on the continuity we're talking about. The only time you ever really get a reaction of Gordon having a fallout with Bruce being Batman is technically a Nightmare episode where Batgirl gets infected with fear toxin. Not fear toxin. Was it fear toxin?
Yeah, it was fear gas.
Okay, fear gas. Thank you.
The TNBA episode, Over the Edge.
Yep, pretty much that one episode. Any other version, either Gordon just doesn't say anything, or Gordon just outright doesn't know. He may know Bruce's identity, but he does not know the Bat family at large.
Yeah, I think there was a Birds of Prey had some issue where he found his way to the Oracle's clock tower, that he knew about Barbara being Batgirl, but he had no idea about her having become Oracle after she got crippled. And then there's the whole Batman and the Joker face off, and the Joker does, well, that.
Yeah. This it was around this time where they tried to make Joker edgy, and I'm just like, Joker is chaos. Joker does not care about anything. There is no reason for Joker to be edgy because Joker is just wants to watch the world burn. There is nothing edgy about that. That is chaos in purest form. With Batman being the sole exception, Joker does not care.
Yeah, and then there's this whole one other point where I think this is also one scene where the Joker should see Batman without his mask. But it wasn't until Scott Snyder's run before the Joker properly acknowledged that Batman is Bruce Wayne. Or start to play with it. And then here's this scene where Dr. Hurt calls the Joker a faithful servant. Very poor choice of words.
I would do my Heath Ledger impression, but I'm saving that for a special occasion.
Yeah. Eventually, at this point where the Batman of Suren R identity apparently switches off, and Bruce is back to the state he was in earlier. And also he clutches onto a piece of radio, which, well, surprise to no one, Jezebel Jet is a member of the Black Glove. Then we get the main sequence where Batman is buried alive, but clearly more clear-headed now than he was before. And then there's also a flashback, which I assume still takes place during 1 year later. Or 52 when it was the year he was gone. Eventually, Tim, who has been running around as Robin, is rescued by the Batman of all nations. And there's the flashback reveals that there was this one monk who was tied to the Black Glove. Bruce was having tea with him, and then there was the whole point where Bruce just says, "You blinked, I switched the cups, force of habit," because they tried to feed him poison. And then they discussed stuff, and joke, and the Black Glove has buried Batman alive. They return back to Arkham after having done that, and then the Joker starts telling them, okay, I'm just gonna read the Joker's dialogue and try to see how the context works. Before I start down the bloody havoc trail, I decided to place a bet. I don't know, I just feel lucky tonight. Dr. Hurt says, but you've played your part, and and our rules say only a member of Black Glove can place a bet. The glove has room for 5 fingers and no more. So the Joker kills one of the members, and then he says, I'd like to bet you have no idea what you're dealing with. I bet, double or nothing, Batman crawls out of that shallow grave with his faculties intact and hunts you down like the dogs you all are. Did anyone think to examine Exhibit A, which happens to be the radio Batman has, which is connected to the Bat computer at the Wayne Tower apartment, Bat bunker, which sends a signal to basically lock down Arkham and everyone in there, including the Black Glove, all the way everyone, and Nightwing was captured, wakes up and fights his way to freedom. The flashback reveals that Batman, that Bruce has learned and known about the Black Glove apparently since before 1 year later, or 52 in general. He gets out of the grave. And the Joker tells them they are in his parting words, he says, I am saying adieu. Pleased to meet you, admire your work, but don't call me servant.
Is that the end? Or is there a bit more after that?
Well, there's more. Batman confronts the Black Glove, including Jezebel Jet, and then there's this one moment I really appreciate, because Jezebel was essentially the honeypot to seduce Bruce and come into his life, and she says, "You think you've won, but I was the last, Bruce Wayne. You'll never love anyone. You'll never trust any woman ever again." And Batman says this, "Love? Congratulate Alfred on the acting lessons." Well, around the same time, the Joker has stolen an ambulance and is fleeing away with it, and then Damian and Alfred driving the Batmobile crash into it, and the Joker goes off a bridge. That's the last we'll see him until we see him again.
Until next time.
Yeah. Batman goes to confront Dr. Hurt, who then claims to be Bruce's father, to be Thomas Wayne, and goes on a tirade about how they have made certain shocking documents and photographs available for Gotham's media. His mother, father, Alfred, all will be revealed as drug addicts, perverts, criminals, unless Batman agrees to serve the Black Glove and willingly dedicates his life to the corruption and of virtue. Ready to deal? Not now, not ever. Not even for them. Then I curse the cape and cowl and you soon as well. The next time you wear the cowl will be the last. And Bruce is unmasked at this point, so it goes there. Then there's the whole thing with Hur tries to escape with helicopter. Bruce goes after it. It goes down. Boom. Everyone thinks Batman is dead, and Talia says that the League of Assassins will take care of the members of the Black Glove who ran away. Yeah, that's how Jezebel Jet dies.
Pretty much.
Ninja Man bats. And after that, there are these two tie-in issues which tie into Batman to Final Crisis. How Batman is in the Lotus Eater machine and eventually escapes. And I think, does it say in the... I think it said in the issue, and... Oh, by the way, this is that one issue that has been photoshopped and sent to Jared a couple of times.
Oh, that's worth a laugh. That's worth a bit of a laugh.
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, hey, you guys up for my joining? I'd love to help out. Do you mind a third person adding onto the stream, Pika?
Might as well.
All right, I'll put I'll put the link in the stream. If anyone's willing to join, this is open segment. So if anyone has the time or is willing to stop by, come on down.
Yeah, we still have about 4 or 5 books after this.
Okay. If anyone wants to come on down, the link is right here. If anyone wants to come down. But now that we've read the Battle for the Cowl is pretty straightforward. It's not that big of a read.
Yeah, where did I put it?
I'll go ahead and start us. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, but still, just so we can get it out of the way. Acknowledge from Final Crisis. I'm just gonna skip over to the point. Batman confronts Darkseid, shoots him with a bullet, says this is a once-in-a-lifetime exception. He does it now, and he then never does it ever again. Robert, are you on top or live? Top chat or live chat?
It's in the live chat.
Yeah, Batman is found. Superman carries Batman's remains out of the bunker in Bloodhaven during Final Crisis. Batman is assumed dead, but the final pages reveal bullshit. He's alive in the past, next to Anthro, the first boy.
Is J Heat a mod? I mean, this is my channel and my StreamYard account.
Yeah.
Oh, because non-mods can't share links.
Well, Robert, are you on my chat or J Heat's chat? He's probably on my chat.
Okay, I'll send the link in the private chat, Pika, and you can send it to him.
Okay.
Okay. And while we're waiting on that, Battle for the Cowl is after the presumed death of Bruce Wayne. Hold on, I had something pulled up in here.
Hold up. Because I didn't have this open on my end. Okay, there, Robert.
Okay, sorry about that. Basically, Battle for the Cowl is after the presumed death of Bruce Wayne. Is after the presumed death of Batman. This is not quite Batman Reborn. This is like right before that.
Yeah, it's... Oof. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the whole set showing the status quo of what's going on in a Batmanless Gotham. Every ally they have.
Oh, hey, Robert, how's it going?
Not too bad. Sorry about that. I thought this was on. I didn't know this was on your channel. I thought this was on Pika's channel.
No, it's quite all right.
We shared it. It was a last second.
You do know that causes some headaches, though, because it might YouTube will. I don't get why they other places allow you to share your stream on other ones. When YouTube is then going to say, "Hey, wait a second, you're sharing other content."
And okay, Tevin, do you already have your green screen set up, or do you need a moment?
Hang on. I can set my green screen.
All right.
Yep. But yeah. So wait, we're up to
Battle
for the Cowl. Yeah. Again, what was up with Damian? Daniels had been with Morrison by this point, and yet for some reason he thought that it'd be in character for Damian to drive some girl around in the Batmobile to impress her. That is so not Damian.
Oh yeah, here it is.
That is just so not Damian at all.
Yeah, not to mention, this was still the 10-year-old Damian.
Yeah, it's like, why is he wanting to impress a girl?
Yeah, he's not even in puberty yet.
I mean, I feel like they wanted to make Damian's version of stealing the tires off the Batmobile, because Jason in Post Crisis did debut. Well, was it the tires or was it the hubcaps?
No, it was the tires. It was always the tire, but that was boosting them. Not because he could show off. It was because he did that so he could try and actually make a living.
Yep. Just set up.
And then there's the implication that actually there's a whole Oracle hacked into the Batmobile, sent the girl off with
ejected her, so that's child endangerment.
her out, and then it shows what kind of shoes she has, one of those pink Converse shoes. which Killer Croc is later shown throwing away after, as if he had he just had a snack.
Yeah, I think that Tony Daniel, if I remember correctly, some Judd Winnick was supposed to be writing it. Something happened, and then Tony Daniel was put on the whole duty at the last second, and it shows.
Yeah, if you have a last minute writer change, I mean,
And it's an artist to writer, and an artist becoming an artist writer.
Yeah, because Tony has done it eventually got to write the new.
And this is when he started doing more Batman writing afterwards.
Yeah.
Because I also remember, after Battle for the Cowl, there was like a lot of stuff they were going to show, like Two-Face as Batman, but they never did it. And then it was reduced to nothing but a hallucination during Judd Winnick's short, brief bit on Batman.
oh god, I forgot about that.
Yeah, just so they could explain away and utilize it. So yeah, there was a lot of stuff that clearly was planned and then fell apart.
Wait, why did it fall apart? I'm actually
We don't know. We don't know.
Oh.
At least I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Then they actually included some parts about who the new Batman is. There was the whole. This was not a secret for very long who the gun-toting Batman is.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, it was Jason Todd.
Jason. But the fact, this is still, and I that though. Tony Daniel wrote Jason as a cold-hearted murderer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, that's not in character with anything else out of it. Seriously, when you really look back at Battle for the Cowl, it was just a bridge event that really had no purpose other than just simply. It was more the tie-in that had impact than anything else. It ended where obviously, we need to tell how Dick gets the cowl. Hey, Grant, how does it happen? Oh, I'm just gonna open with it with him already Batman. What? Let's put it together. That's but actually it's more of a case of where I ended with at the end of R.I.P. Dick throwing the cowl. That's how he got it. That's not enough. We gotta throw something together. Doesn't Battle for the Cowl feel that way?
And then there was also the whole thing with the new Black Mask.
Oh yeah, which again, that ended being Jeremiah Arkham, and that wasn't revealed until until the end of it, and then you had David Hine have to explain how he went from one to the other.
Okay, that's weird.
Again, there was as much as there were great stuff in the Morrison written stuff and the side books, the main Batman book was really it felt like they did it all to keep Tony Daniel happy.
Yeah, the main Batman books is confusing. Like, what the hell is happening?
Because Tony Daniel is an artist who can get annoyed easily. Like when they asked him to, because he was working on Teen Titans, and then the reason why Jeff Johns was on why he left was because Tony was yanked off of Teen Titans.
Wait, why?
Because he didn't like that he was just yanked off to go do a few issues of Flash.
What?
Oh yeah, a lot of artists get moved around, especially in the 2000s. A lot.
Yeah,
I mean, it can happen on a whim.
But it
can happen on a whim.
A lot. But then eventually, he said, "Can I do I work on Batman afterwards?" And that's what led to it.
Yeah.
So, and this was that era where they would try to appease their artists.
Which is a double-edged sword. I don't want to put the I respect that.
Yeah, I do. That was probably that's one of the things I will always give props to DiDio. He would always do what he can to make sure artists he likes get work.
Yeah, which I respect that. Even though
I'm sorry for the tangent.
No, it's perfectly fine. I feel like
when it comes to my comic knowledge, I just gotta spill.
Hey, it helps make the stream more engaging. I appreciate it.
But anyway, so Battle for the Cowl happened because Damian, it's just there.
Yep.
Okay. Pika, do you still want to go over the commentary? Or you want to move on to Batman and Robin?
Well, there's not a lot to say. It's just Dick eventually beats Jason, takes over the cowl, and then we get to Batman.
Yeah, the whole point of it was to have it be Dick come to grips and say, because again, I get why Grant felt it was just enough to have Dick hold the cowl at the end of R.I.P. But I can also see why the other editors probably felt like, one, we got to make this an event, and two, it's like there's more to it, because there's no way Dick would just play like, Bruce is gone, puts the cowl on. It's like, no, he'd refuse it at first.
Let's keep the
Yeah.
trivia to a minimum. We're all trying to speak one at a time, Robert, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the engagement.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Robert, please. Oh, Tevia, you have something to say right quick before we move on?
Yeah, I'm speaking about the cow. I just realized something. The whole Bob the Cow stuff, in my opinion, I just felt confused with the Tim Drake stuff. I don't know I'm very good, but the way he almost got killed by Jason, that freaked me out. Like, what? No. You're not
Yeah, he wasn't killed, he was left for dead.
Left for dead. Like, that was brutal. Like, what? Like, I thought you were dying in that story.
To be fair, this was when Jason was still more of a villain than an anti-hero. He kind of mellowed out eventually. But this was like right after Under the Red Hood. Jason was distraught over Bruce being presumed dead, and Jason just crashed out and went full Punisher.
Yeah, this is the Punisher phase, basically, and he went nuts. And
I think he also took a shot at Damian at one point in the story, but I forget.
Did, yes, and I think not today. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I thought about the story. It's confusing.
It doesn't stand on its own. Let's not go too far, Tevin. It may not stand on its own, but it does set up what's to come.
That's true. Yes, like thank you for clarification. My bad.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Pika, whenever you're ready.
Yep.
Nah, doesn't go. Oh, but here's Tim after he was stabbed.
Oh yeah. That we're talking about. Yeah.
Let's see. He talks to himself. You're one lucky man, Tim. Bruce's heavy Kevlar fortified tunic shattered that rusty old batarang, but several small cuts, then one deep one. Blood loss was sudden enough to drop after that. What happened after that? Why didn't Jason finish me off? Possum reflex. Bruce thought it. Heart automatically slowed to 8 beats per minute to restrict blood loss. Forgot about it. Didn't know. Yeah.
Okay. I'm confused.
That's how it was. And
Basically,
Damian and Beryl, the squire from Knight and Squire, saved Tim from there.
Oh yeah, Batman Inc. Yeah, they did.
No, that's Whole Nations. Yeah.
Okay.
Ended with Jason getting punched by Nightwing, or kicked by Nightwing, so doing each other, saying like, "Give me a hand!" Like, no, I gotta die. Them to be saved by you, and he died. No, that died.
Before we move on to Batman and Rob, I'm sorry, Pika. I know this is disturbing the comment, ruining the flow. Please bear with me.
Hey, Taladia.
But what's up, Taladia? But I will say this, then we'll get right back to the commentary. The one Achilles heel of Grant Morrison is how he completely vilified Jason Todd. It's not so, at least in terms of what's the best way I could say this. In terms of how they had to prop up Jason ever so slightly to build Damian up, and it's just what goes on at the time. But I just wanted a quick tirade about that. But Pika, we've interrupted you enough. Please continue.
What else did I have to say? You pretty much already said how this goes down and how it's end. Let's just move on to Batman and Robin.
Okay. Yeah, this story I did read live a long time ago.
Yeah, Volume 1 has 2 story arcs. There's the Batman Reborn story arc, and then there's the Revenge of the Red Hood.
Yeah, the one I read about
Batman Reborn story is pretty much the one where they introduce characters like Mr. Toad and the flying Batmobile.
Oh yeah, that's a Grant Morrison one.
Let him finish. Tevin.
Yeah, Batmobile, Circus of Strange.
Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Toad, and one of those Batman villains who I think works Professor Pug.
Oh yes, Professor Pig. The fact that he took off fast.
Yeah, he did.
I gotta ask you guys, why do you think that is?
I have a theory about that. I think my theory because people love about these type of killers because Professor Pig and the comic were a psycho. It's scary.
It was also because they also use Professor Pug somewhat sparingly.
That too.
Yeah, but Mr. Frog hasn't been seen.
Yeah, I thought I saw him in the Batman TV show from the CGI one back in the day.
Yeah. But that was those guys were nerfed because the censors wouldn't allow Pug to be shown this way.
Yeah, they would nerf the hell in that show. Like, what? This is dumb. This makes no sense. Why did it told basically like and for the like Eagle Tailors, like kind of like Ivy.
Yeah,
And,
there was the whole Circus of Strange was also mostly beaten up, and their first stuff. And well, the first arc was exactly that. They went after Professor Pug and the Circus of Strange, and then there was one of the Dollotrons who eventually went to become Jason's the Red Hood's Robin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, her. We forgot.
Oh yeah, and then there's this. What is it? This was the in media res scene from Batman R.I.P. because when they went after who was this guy?
Black Hand.
Yeah, one of the Black Glove members who was never caught.
Yeah, those guys.
Yeah,
right. I remember.
And this one Dollotron whose face was going to the mask, and then went to become the Red Hood Robin.
Yes, Scarlet.
Yeah, yep. Red Hood and Scarlet.
Who the character we have not seen since this one ended.
That's true. That's true, Tevia. But to be fair, though, that's too tied into the pre-Flashpoint Jason. Let's be honest.
There's no real room or reason to bring her back, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, you'd have to acknowledge how he was pre-Flashpoint, and then clearly they've ignored all of that.
Yeah. So I thought I saw her was in Convergence, the tie-in. That's what it. Yeah, she's in.
Then there's a party sequence in this next story where they show that Damian is public figure now, and the people at least in this party know that he is Bruce's son.
True.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I think that they kind of had to. And by this point, also, if you remember, at least in the other books, not in Grant's book, but in the other books, Hush had looked like Bruce, and he's still posing as Bruce.
Oh yeah, wasn't that set up in Batman?
Streets of Gotham.
Streets of Gotham, and it was utilized for a bit until Jane Doe removed his face.
Oh,
Jane Doe,
the woman who takes people's skins and wears it as her own.
I don't know who the villain is.
Wait. Are you saying Professor Pig or
Jane Doe?
Jane Doe.
Oh, okay, I remember. Deep cut.
Yeah, she's on the Arkham Asylum, the living hell.
Dan Slott's creation.
He did Dan Slott's creation? I know about this.
Same with Aaron Cash and Great White Shark and Humpty Dumpty.
Let's save the banter for after the main commentary.
You're right. I'm sorry.
And also in this party, Dick is introduced to a man named Oberon Sexton.
Oh yeah. That's true.
Can we please continue, please?
Yep.
Yeah, sure. There's at least for this one issue, they are not showing the Red Hood with unmasked. It's pretty much said at the end of it where. Hold on. Is there? Hold on. Let me see if there's that. Here's this one scene that pretty much mocks All-Star Batman and Robin.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's funny.
I remember.
Wait, what did it say?
Hold on.
About Robin costume needing a hood. Like we're going into a fight. One of the first things Batman warned me about when I was started out as Robin was how easily a hood can become a blindfold. And Damian says, "I can fight blind."
That's funny.
So Morrison's actually canonizing at least that one moment.
Yep.
It appears so.
It is hilarious because also back on the train wreck, but it's funny.
Yeah. And then this issue ends with the Red Hood and Scarlet attacking a crime meeting with the Penguin, Batman Robin showing up, and then pretty much, Batman recognizes the voice that, it's Jason.
Oh, damn it.
that leads up to a more or less fights and points. And oh yeah, Flamingo. Eduardo Flamingo is also introduced in this story.
Oh, Pink Flamingo, yeah.
Oh yeah, that guy. Is he an assassin in this story?
Yeah, the assassin who eats his victims' faces.
What? She's a dork.
Wait,
I don't think- I
I'm
hate to
pretty
say
sure it
that-
doesn't. Sorry, I hate to cut you off. I'm pretty sure One Piece had a similar character named Flamingo. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're right. He ate a flamingo in that manga.
I'll say this. Flamingo is an interesting character, but one that Grant wrote in an interesting way that I don't think anyone's been able to duplicate. I mean, his last major appearance was that Harley Quinn villain award, and even then, yeah, Mark Russell did not know how to write him.
Yeah, that Hogan been over to the
Yeah, it's like one of those. You know what I mean by that, right? One of those Morrison villains that's like only Morrison could write well, and even then, when you read it, you're like, I don't know how I can write this guy.
Agreed. I can't wait him say my word. I can't wait. Jeez.
Sorry, I was asking Jay Heat. That's all. Would you agree with that, dude?
I agree. Is that a lot of Grant Morrison's concepts can't always be replicated the same way because it's hard to really pin down Grant Morrison's style. But again, let's say let's go through the commentary first, and then we'll move on to
I'm sorry.
Well,
I'll stay on mute while you go.
On another, okay. Then there comes to another confrontation Batman and Robin have with the Red Hood and Scarlet, which they shows them overpowering them. Then they're shown to put them somewhere trapped. But that is where after leaving them into some confinement, that is where Flamingo shows up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this situation where it's the whole call this number enough times and webcam turns on.
Uh-oh. Kept paying up once.
Yeah, references. Eventually, Batman and Robin managed to get untie themselves, tell the people to get alive. Like literally, when the camera turns on, Batman and Robin say, "Get alive." And then Batman and Robin, they pretty much need to go save Red Hood and Scarlet from Flamingo. And while they fight, Flamingo ends up wounding Damian's spine to the point where he needs to go to a... Hold on, where does that happen? Hold on, blah, blah. Oh yeah, there. Flamingo shoots Robin to the back so much that he eventually needs to go to a surgery. But when that has been done, and Jason just tells, why haven't you tried to bring Bruce back the same way I was brought back?
Yeah, good question.
Jason is captured, and then we see Dave eventually when Dick is taken out. Dick goes to pick up Bruce's body. That's volume 1. Moving on to volume 2. We can already guess where this is going.
Yep. Now, if you need help with going over it, I can help you out, dude.
Add some context if I miss something.
All right. I'm just offering, dude, because you're sounding
exhausted,
so I figured
well, this actually ties into what we have already recorded, but we haven't gone over your channel yet because this thing was already resurrected once.
Oh, yep, during Blackest Night, yep.
And this first issue is, again, one of the unfortunate tropes when it comes to Grant Morrison's writing is that a lot of it is written out of order or with some filler so that it ends on a cliffhanger.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have no idea what Dick as Batman is doing in London working for Knight and Square and what they are basically killing time just so we can get to a Lazarus pit somewhere in Britain.
Yeah.
All the while Damian is getting his spinal surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Wait, when did he break it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we just went over.
Yeah, Flamingo shot him into the back.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's some weird, strange, and the Batwoman is here too.
Oh, yeah.
Yay!
This does, I realize, because you remember, Grant was the first one who actually proposed the idea of bringing Batwoman into the fold. It was Rucka who expanded it, but it makes sense.
There were two Batwomen. There was the
But
one.
we don't need to go further. I was just adding a little detail.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, eventually now they talk about that the blackest night has happened at this point because Batwoman talks about the whole world went through raising the dead just now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I just find it weird that Dick hasn't figured out what Hal and Barry figured out right away.
Yeah, why
Mm.
didn't he figure it out?
Well, we wouldn't have the story anyway.
True.
Yeah, well, and more stuff that's written back and forth differently, and the Batman that the corpse that they have is put into the rioters from the pit,
Yep.
and Dick tells him say something, and it just goes.
Oh yeah, one right there that freaked me out. Like what? Like that's not Batman. That's a zombie.
Yeah, not a zombie. Because there's another flashback that shows that Mokkari, one of Darkseid's scientists who had been trying to make clones of Batman during his captivity during Final Crisis, all of the clones except for one was used, and
Yeah.
and that was then used for that. This is that clone. As they fight, and then he flies away. Dick eventually compares that to how does it say that? Well, eventually the clone eventually gets to the Wayne Tower bunker where they are, and Dick has to hurry to get there. That's pretty much what happens in this story arc. Oh, and Batwoman got wounded, and they used the Lazarus pit to bring her back.
They don't go anywhere with
Wait,
that, I
what?
realized.
Wait.
Yeah, that's just happened.
Dad? Why because you're crazy?
No, not always, Tevia, not always.
Ow. I know what we do.
But eventually they
Yeah,
get there.
the
The
whole
clone
point of
expires and decays.
Yep, the whole point of the story was to show, oh yeah, that wasn't Bruce's body, meaning Tim was right.
Yep. Yeah, that part I remember from reading the story, but at the end, it's like Tim was right. Like that wasn't Batman. Bruce is still alive. Now we gotta find him.
Yeah, and the next story arc opens by showing that Damian is actively now talking to the board of Wayne Enterprises.
I love how then later on in Batman,
one at a time, gentlemen.
Sorry,
Robert,
I was just gonna say, I love how the way he's drawn here, where eventually we'll see Bruce in the exact same pose during Batman Incorporated. I love that.
Oh, cool.
let's not try to spoil for any newcomers, gentlemen. Pika, please.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah. Shows that Dick as Batman is working with Oberon Sexton in looking into clues which tie to the Black Glove, and how Bruce, who is officially missing somewhere or somewhere else, or not exactly hasn't been in the public eye, or this actually I don't think Grant Morrison was acknowledging Hush.
No, he wasn't.
No, unless this is supposed to be after his face was removed.
No, Bruce was back by then.
Oh, good point.
I have a theory. This probably takes way down after Hush.
No, there's no contradiction. There's a Grant's been notorious for sometimes ignoring things other writers are doing. This is one of those cases.
Oh, so it's kind of like Bendis when he trying to do it.
Yeah. Let's not get into that.
No, I know. I'm just giving an example. That's all. Sorry.
We'll save it. We'll save any lingering comments towards the end.
Yep. That's right. I'm trying to get back on track. Sorry.
Yeah.
Then they look into the whole thing about with the Wayne lineage, and they look at all these different ancestors, including pointing out that there's a gap between one ancestor missing. Another Thomas Wayne, who was living in the 1700s. Led a rather distinguished sect of devil worshippers.
Yep, I believe that tied into a different Batman story from another writer that Grant decided to jump onto.
No. This next to the Return of Bruce Wayne miniseries.
No. Caveat. I'm just making a little side comment, but no.
Yeah.
Well, I'll explain it later.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, eventually Oberon Sexton is then attacked by new members of the Black Glove and has to go all the way to the Wayne Enterprise. Then there is Wayne Manor lands. And then there's a flashback about how when Damian was given his surgery, Talia was talking about him staying home and not going back or something or other. I'm just paraphrasing this. But that is used as a context for why suddenly when they are looking into clues in the manor, Damian suddenly picks up a sword and is about to use it against Dick when his back is turned. But luckily, Dick manages to find a hidden path that leads to underground catacombs. This coincidence is the reason why Dick is still alive today.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yep.
But I will, since I already did the same thing for Batman and Son, I might as well touch up on this too. As for the DeCamu's Batman versus Robin, it does use a different naming convention, Batman versus Robin. It mostly uses Born to Kill and elements of Court of Owls, but it does not. But I wouldn't count it as a direct adaptation.
It's not.
That video is still a work in progress.
Okay, I didn't know whether or not you had set that up. Okay, thank you, Pika.
It's one of the three I'm currently working on actively.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I said which three, and in the premiere I had today. At the end of that, I said which 3 videos I'm working on actively next.
Okay. All right. Unintended.
Yeah. Go check that out later if you haven't already.
Yeah, unintended plug there. All right.
Yeah.
Pika, please continue.
Yeah. Simon Hort is established to be coming back during this arc also, while Dick, but also Black Glove is after Oberon Sexton, and he and Damian have to fight together. Mm-hmm. And then there's a moment where Damian notices that Sexton, who is supposed to be British, his accent is fake, and he is not who he claims to be. And Damian actually asks if Sexton is Bruce in a disguise. Well, it's not. But then Dick manages to come out from one of the crypts carrying a box, which he unfortunately ends up dropping when Damian attacks him again. And it is revealed that they put something in him during his spinal surgery, and Talia has hired Deathstroke to be the remote controller of Damian now.
Can I say one thing very quickly? This made a lot of sense. You would not expect Grant to bring in Deathstroke, but it makes the most sense.
Mm.
Yeah, because Deathstroke will be the one who take control of Damian when Dawn and Talia puts the assassin.
Yep. That's all I want to say.
Yep. I have a question for that. How did
Damian is remote controlled, but Dick is eventually able to put him on a let's say sleep mode. Sleep mode.
Thank you, Taser.
Would you say he shocked the system?
Yeah, let's go with that. That works.
Thank you.
Shock the connection off between them, and then they go to say, "Hey, Talia, remember, were you expecting us to come and say hi?" And this is pretty much the scene where, Dick goes after Deathstroke, and they are talking about what happened in Bloodhaven. And Deathstroke doesn't get to say anything about this, but we like Robert, you probably insinuated this. Deathstroke was doing this because of how Rose has been turned against him.
Oh yeah, Imminent Crisis when they blew up Bloodhaven.
That and I want to say it was called. Now Grayson did. Yeah, this does tie into Lazarus contract, but I wanted to bring it up now. This does tie into Grayson's second persona, which believe it or not, people confuse for Red X, even though it inspired Red X.
Yeah,
it was the Renegade persona. I can't say if it was in Jeff Johns' Teen Titans run or was the one just
No, Renegade was Nightwing book.
I think it was also Devin Grayson's Nightwing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Grayson's
Devin Grayson
run.
Nightwing book. Yeah, it was never
Devin Grayson's.
Jeff Johns and stuff. No.
But didn't he mentor Rose while using the Renegade persona?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
He definitely did during that. Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
I know about that.
Okay, I thought that was connected to Titans,
Yeah.
but it was.
But
Devin
while
Grayson.
Dick is doing
Okay,
that, having that talk with Slade, we get to this scene where Talia pretty much disowns Damian as her son by revealing that she is growing a clone as a new
Oh
version of him.
no! I know what
Yep.
you're doing. Heretic. God damn it!
Save the rant, Tevia.
Sorry, it's not rant, but
I
It's
can tell.
no spoiler.
Well,
Like, it's
Yeah,
all
they
that.
leave out there. The Black Glove is coming to Gotham, but while that is happening, Dick and Damien and Alfred go back to their caves that they can now that they found down there, and from there they find millennia or millions of years or how many years old remains of Bruce's cape and cowl that he wore when he was held captive by Darkseid.
Yep.
Yep.
Back in time.
Hold on, I'm just now noticing. Najee, I am so sorry, man.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
hey,
how-
Nancy.
hey,
How
buddy.
long were you back there, man? It's been a while.
Oh my God! Listen, I'm so happy. Listen. I haven't seen you guys in a long time. JD, I'm about to talk to you about a collab video.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
well,
Let's get through the commentary and the
Let's just
collab,
do
and
that
then you
for
and I
you.
can set something up privately, Najee. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Pika, please continue.
Yeah. Well, since they find that cape and cowl, they alert the Justice League, but then this story arc ends with Dick as Batman going to meet up with Oberon Sexton again, with police also there.
Yep.
And then it's Dick. He pretty much tells Sexton that the Domino Killer, who has been killing the old members of the Black Glove, one of the oil sheik was killed with peanuts in a restroom. A cardinal was strangled with a dog collar. A newspaper tycoon had a heart attack with a young mistress when rushing an alligator. And what do all those four have in common?
They all take sense to Black Glove.
No,
They're all
those
jokes.
Yep,
Oh,
they are all jokes.
Joker, of course.
Oberon Sexton was the Joker.
Of course. He was the Maximum Man and everything. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has been going after the Black Glove using this identity. And okay, which should we go next? Volume 3 or Return of Bruce Wayne?
I think we're trying to Bruce Wayne we should do because
No, Return Bruce Wayne, Damon wasn't even in it, so we can just summarize
well, yeah,
that.
take the next.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, let's leave that for some other stream. Volume 3. This one I have a soft cover.
Yep, I'm sorry. I just want to point that out because Damien's not in it, so yeah.
Okay.
It works as
Yeah.
a companion piece. Maybe we can do a follow up
Yeah,
where.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, this
I mean,
was
if you
has.
want to do, you guys want to, you guys can do it. I just
All right,
point that out.
okay. Okay, all right. You know what? For Pika's sanity, let's just go ahead and put it to a vote. Raise your hand or say here if you want to do Return of Bruce Wayne.
Me.
All right, that's 2. Najee, yes or no?
Sure. Oh my.
All right, that's 3. And for those who want to skip straight to Batman and Robin Volume 3. None of-
Well, yeah, I would say I'm more in it for we can do Batman Robin. I didn't want to skip it. I was just pointing that out since that's the theme of the stream.
skip Return of Bruce Wayne 2, Batman and Robin Volume 3.
Oh, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Okay. Pika, you have the final vote. It's 2 to
I'm
2.
not voting, but it's okay. I'm just gonna run through the 1 or 2 sentences.
Okay.
Okay. The Return of Bruce Wayne has 6 parts.
Mhm.
Part 1, Shadow on Stone, features what happened to him after after the final crisis when he woke up in the Stone Ages. And this is told mostly from the caveman's point of view. We don't understand, get any of Bruce's inner monologue or his exterior or his commentary on anything he is here. And then there's Vandal Savage.
Yep.
Makes sense. He was from that far back.
Vandal Savage leads the Caveman. Bruce manages to defeat him with what he still has on the utility belt he was carrying on himself. Then he jumps down a waterfall and comes out in and Superman, Green Lantern, Rip Hunter, and Booster Gold are looking for him.
Yep.
But they just missed him because Bruce is now in the era of the witch hunts.
Oh.
Fighting this thing.
What the heck is that thing? Okay,
it's named later.
Okay.
Regardless, he is found by this woman who treats his wounds, and apparently they went from Stone Ages to future enough that they speak similar enough English.
Yeah.
And Superman is drawn very poorly on this panel.
Yeah, he looks not human.
Wasn't his Fraser Irving artwork, I think, or?
Yeah, it's Fraser Irving.
Yeah, he hit and miss. I still remember him doing that dopey Peter Parker face, but yeah.
Fraser Irving also did the first 3 issues of Volume 3.
Oh yeah, he did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Witch Hunt era is she's another one of the Mordecai Mordecai Wayne who led the witch hunts.
Oh.
And Bruce is told to be one of the other who was that Malleus. No, Bruce is supposed to be Mordecai Wayne, and that is his. And there's this other Wayne who was also hunting this brother Malleus.
Yeah.
Yeah. And while he's also been here as an amnestic man, thinking he's there, because his woman took care of him, they have a short relationship.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But then it turns out that the original Mordecai Wayne or some other Mordecai Wayne who was supposed to be here, Annie had killed him, and she had then given his clothes to Bruce.
Of course.
And then the monster appears again when they retrace Bruce's steps. Bruce sends her out to get help, but of course they don't listen to her because this is the witch hunts.
Yep.
She is burned at the stake, and that's what it is. The witch hunter is Nathaniel Wayne.
Damn, that's brutal.
And she curses him and all his skin, which unfortunately includes this man she loved for a short while, aka Bruce
himself. Oops.
Yeah, while Bruce then fights that monster, he ends up in pirate times with Vandal Savage playing the part of Blackbeard.
That's funny. I love that so much.
Yeah. There they are supposed to find a treasure that is going to be in what will be the Batcave, and that is supposed to be some pirate cape and coal. Like that looks like a small rag, but eventually when Bruce wears it in the favor of someone else, it suddenly looks this big.
Yeah.
Oh, and meanwhile, Dick and Dave. Here's the few scenes where Damian and Dick are. They are now going to the bunker in Bloodhaven to see where Bruce was held. And the Justice League is talking about how Batman is supposed to be coming back, but how he is going to be coming back.
Yeah.
Then after this scene where Bruce helps defeats them, he finds he left his utility belt to the Stone Age, and it has been stood here for hundreds of, if not millions of years, and it's apparently he can still use them in the next issue.
Because of course he can.
Question: how did that thing survive hundreds of years? I have a question about that.
It's Wayne.
I just called out to that fringe logic.
Right.
Yeah.
David, it's simple. Batman made it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then,
All right.
not exactly the Old West, since Gotham is on the East Coast, but this is supposed to be a Wild West issue.
Yep. We got to love that issue. It's kind of fun.
Oh, some family is murdered. The widow of the family just prays for an angel, and Bruce shows up. This is another one of those issues. No inner monologue from Bruce. Nothing from Bruce's perspective as he goes through this. This just Bruce just happens to be here.
Yeah.
And Jonah Hex is hired to kill him.
Wait, why?
Because apparently
They need a bounty hunter.
Yeah, the widow prayed for vengeance. Bruce showed up. He has been doing what he has been doing, and then the people who they went after it's them. And that's probably also again Vandal Savage.
Of course.
It's probably, according to DC Wiki, that is supposed to be Vandal Savage who hired him.
Yes, it is.
And then there's that 1700s Thomas Wayne who led a devil worshipping cult.
Yep.
God, the page look weird. They look so weird.
Yeah, shows pretty much why he doesn't have a portrait of him in there. But they defeat him. Although they managed to escape, but Jonah Hex is a man of what he's paid for, and there's the box that Dick is eventually going to find in the which one is it? The box that Dick is going to find in the future. There's Bruce sees what is inside it, and then probably put something inside it because it can only be opened with a whistle.
Yep.
That makes sense.
And then, but Thomas, that 1700 Thomas Wayne is defeated, but Jonah Hex was still hired for a job, and he does what he's paid for. Bruce falls into a river and eventually emerges in the not so distant past.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, where'd he go?
He's in the like the 80s, I think.
Could be 80s, but kind of a noir aesthetic based on the panel that on this.
Yeah.
It's an artistic choice, Tavia.
It's 1940s and 1980s.
Yeah. By the way, one of my fan fictions was I rewrote this issue in one of my stories when in a lead up to that how Batman in the Pokemon world he was going through different worlds.
Funny.
And I wrote this 5th issue as an episode of Gotham.
You should definitely review that. We should definitely review that for a milestone.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. Well, Bruce is eventually was hit by a car, ended up in a hospital where he is approached by a woman named Marsha, who says that she was Martha Wayne's best friend, and she wants Bruce to solve her murder while wearing that costume party bat suit.
Oh, so this connects to the Batman Robin stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but now actually this is now for the actually discounting the witch hunt issue. Now we actually get some dialogue from Bruce commenting about his situation.
Yeah.
And then he's also carrying some book that he has written that. Okay, it's a book that he wrote when he was in the witch hunt era, and as when he thought he was Mordecai, and he recognized his own handwriting.
Yep.
But then now it's revealed that that Marsha hires Bruce as an unknown nobody to investigate Thomas, Martha, and everyone now that they have been murdered. And pretty much this establishes that the investigator who had picked up all those documents that Commissioner Gordon was talking about with Mayor, Bruce was that investigator. And he disappeared because, of course, he didn't stay in the past for very long.
Yeah, he thinks on the murder, like, it all makes sense now because he affects the future. Like, going back in time.
Yeah. Oh, and hey.
What?
Willowwood.
Ah.
The same place where Lincoln March grew up.
Oh, that guy from Courthouse.
So Scott. Scott Snyder definitely takes a lot from some of this stuff. Like,
yeah, he brought a lot of some Grant Morton stuff.
We'll get to it, gentlemen.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, then the whole masquerade begins again. And they have Bruce wear the costume party while Marsha makes herself look like Martha. And this is supposed to be some incriminating evidence where they want to frame the whole frame the Waynes posthumously for, well, as a setup for what they were doing in Batman R.I.P.
Right.
But but even when he's set on fire, Bruce manages to fight himself out. Steals. By the way, Carter Nichols was one of those time travel researchers, and he had this one box that was supposed to contact with the hyper adapter.
Yep.
But when Bruce grabs it, he is now taken from the past.
To the
All the way to the vanishing point.
Yep.
What?
Yeah, that's where. Yeah, Tevye, let him explain.
Sorry.
At the vanishing point, he is approached by these robots, who then put him back together and explain that the monster he fought in the 1700s was or not 1600s during the witch hunt era. The era was the hyper adapter that when Darkseid used his Omega Sanction to send Batman back in time, the hyper adapter was put on his back and made to follow him coming back. So when he comes back, hyper adapter kills everyone.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, the Darkseid win.
Yeah. But these robots at the vanishing point, they then decided to make to disguise Bruce as one of them, so that when Superman, Rip Hunter, Booster Gold, and Hulk came there during the second issue, Bruce takes their time machine so that he can come back and return to the present at the Hall of Justice.
Yeah.
Yep.
But he trapped them inside another time machine as it's being built, so that they can also come back to their time.
Yep, because apparently Vanishing Point was destroyed.
Yeah, it doesn't Vanishing Point, it gets destroyed and reset most of the time as the time keeps running out at the end of time.
I keep forgetting how much time that point been destroyed.
Actually, I'll get to it more at the end. There's a point I'll bring up. It was in another mini, but keep going.
Yeah. Tim attempts to now talk Bruce down.
Yay.
But Wonder Woman then shows Batman's cape that they found from the Stone Ages. It has the same radiation as hyper adapter.
Yeah.
And that means that they can't let that in order to take the hyper adapter out of Bruce, they are forced to. Well, Superman and Green Lantern and everyone else came back in time. They managed to restrain Bruce properly and then to a clinical death. So to erase the hyperadapter from him. Hyperadapter is sent back in time to the Stone Ages as a giant bat that gets slain. And then, as we saw in the, I did not bring attention to it, but it was seen as a carcass at the there.
Yep.
And Bruce wore it to fight as a caveman Batman back there in the first issue.
Now
It's a paradox among paradoxes.
Now,
Yeah.
question: isn't the hyper adapter also the bat that hurts summons?
I think so.
Unless that what got retconned into Barbados, but I could be
No,
wrong.
Barbados. No. It wasn't retcon. Barbados was the god they were summoning, but that doesn't mean he appeared.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah,
yeah.
they believed that they were summoning Barbados, but it was the hyperadapter instead.
Which he bit into, and that's what made him immortal.
Mm.
Which, speaking of the Barbados stuff, I thought the Barbados stuff in this miniseries.
No. The name Barbados was set up in this miniseries. That's what they thought they were summoning to everyone. We just said that. And then Scott Snyder decided to look at him and be like, well, who is this Barbados? I want to use him.
Yeah, I'd wonder about that.
Anyway, let's wrap this. Let's get to the end of this.
Bruce
one.
is then given a clinical death, so the whole Batman RAP, where Batman is supposed to die, it happens here. This is the clinical death.
Right.
Yeah.
They resuscitate him, basically.
Yeah, then they resuscitate him. He is exercised. They get set up for what happens in Volume 3 of Batman and Robin. And
Yep.
Bruce is ready to come back in Volume 3.
Mhm.
And now to Volume 3.
Yep.
But do you, Robert, have something to comment about before we move on to this?
No, well, all I was going to say was in the Time Masters Vanishing Point miniseries that was set alongside it, they treated the destruction of Vanishing Point like, one, that it happened at the beginning, not the end. Two, that it shouldn't have happened. And that so Rip had to pluck a Vanishing Point out from a different point of history to replace it for when Bruce arrived. I don't think Jurgens knew what Morrison was doing, so he was trying to come up with something.
Yeah, I don't think you're in that one because honestly, that's just confusing.
I like that. No, hey, it's just a continuation of the Booster Gold stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's all I was going to say.
And then this Volume 3, because this is by Fraser Irving.
Mm-hmm.
The art by
hit and
Fraser
miss.
Irving and Grant Morrison's writing makes this part of the story very hard to follow.
Yeah, I got confused about this one. That's why I got lost.
Fraser Irving is hit and miss, if you ask me.
Though we do get the iconic crowbar slap in this.
Yeah, that was
yeah.
Yeah, and this is also written in media res, somewhere a few issues from here as padding, which shows Hurt shooting Dick as Batman unmasked there before going back 3 days earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when Oberon Sexton has been revealed as the Joker, and the Joker explains that what he was doing and he was trying to help them.
I still find that interesting that Joker was actually being a good guy.
Yeah.
Well, it was more of a enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of situation
And still
somehow.
playing up with the super sanity as well, that he recreated himself as a hero for this moment.
Of course he does.
Yeah. At least at this point, the bullet hole that he had has healed, and they don't show his tongue very much, that we can see if it still has the snake slit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah, Joker is taken into custody, and Batman brings Gordon into the Batcave or to the Bat Bunker, where they research some aspects. We're coming up with the. Okay, like I said, this is very hard to follow. There's so much dialogue. I need to read fast, remind myself what happens here, and
I'm trying to remember from memory this particular one. I'm trying to remember.
I'm trying to remember some details.
Well, while they were doing that situation, they learned that Joker asked to talk to Robin. Yeah, we're getting to that point. Dick and Gordon are then trying to hurry to the police station, and yeah, we get to this part where Damian pulls the crowbar, and while the Damian talks a lot of talks some words here, which Joker says you sound just like him, and yeah, Robin beats up the Joker with a crowbar.
Nice.
Yep.
That's funny.
I do like that bit. I do like that
but
bit.
while
I love that bit. It's
then
so
while
good.
Batman and Gordon are trying to hurry back to the GCPD, the Batmobile is shot down, and when they crash down, they are overwhelmed by Dollotrons as Professor Pug is released from where he is held.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Who set him free?
The Black
Black
Hand, I
Glove.
believe. Black Glove.
Black
I mean.
Glove.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's a distraction.
While Robin has been beating the Joker has been taking it. The Joker then reveals that his nail polish does not match his eyeshadow, and you don't know how tough it can be to get the right shade of poison. Because while Robin has been beating him and he has been trying to protect himself, he has been also paralyzed Robin.
Oh shit! That's a very smart plan.
Yep, I remember that.
And then
Mind
they
you,
escape while he's paralyzed by using the equipment Damian has on his belt.
Damn.
And then it gets to what the hell are we looking at?
What the hell is that?
Basically, their plan was to use Pig as a sacrifice
Why?
because he's into that kind of thing. He's the perfect one.
Of course.
And then the Dollotrons are overwhelming Gordon and Dick, which unfortunately leads to. But also for some reason the Batmobile self-destruct went on, and while Dick tries to yell, don't self-destruct, abort, fails, it blows up. We get to day 2, and
That's a shame. I actually like that car. Oh well.
nah, never mind. They have another one up there, some similar.
Yeah, this was always the arc I just didn't get.
Yeah, this is basically something that stuff just happens leading up to the point eventually when, okay, Dick fights Professor Bug, Dollotrons are out, and this cover got recalled because there was an upside down cross on it.
Oh yeah.
The only thing I remember was the whole point of Hurt's plan was he was trying to he was going to come back and claim he was Thomas Wayne and try and ruin his reputation that way.
Yeah, but then there's the whole thing that even when he seems to acknowledge Damian's existence as and Robin as Bruce Wayne's sons, he doesn't even try to do the usual "I'm your grandfather" talk that even Tom King went for, but when he brought the Flashpoint Batman in.
Which made no sense back then, and still made no sense to this day.
And then there's the whole thing, the aspect where now he is supposed to be Thomas Wayne with Professor Pug as his lawyer, taking over Wayne Manor and making a speech, Alfred playing along. I don't even... Did this actually happen, or is this some image spot?
It did happen. And eventually they will reveal that it wasn't really him.
Wait. What do you mean it wasn't really him? It wasn't.
No. They revealed to the world that wasn't Thomas. That was an imposter.
Oh!
Great.
You're going to talk to the mad.
Yeah, well, regardless, it all leads them back to Wayne Manor, where Dick is held captive, Damian is brought there, Hurt shoots Dick to the head, and then they they have the box, and then he tries to make Damian swore allegiance that Bruce refused, but then the box opens with the gotcha note, and Dick gets back up as if he wasn't shot the back of the head.
Okay, he did
That's
say
cool.
he put something. He did say it was at the back. He did have something.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Hurt did say something or other about 32 pellet won't penetrate the skull, but it has been expertly placed to fracture the skull and cause a hematoma. So he has
hematoma.
12 hours to get medical attention to fix it.
Before he died, basically.
Yeah, because of course Hurt would torture him.
Yeah.
And then Bruce shows up.
That made me talk like that panel. Like, he's back! Yay! Yeah, I love that so much.
This is the part I was mentioning. It was the last issue that had the part I was talking about with Hurt biting into the bat.
Yep.
But yeah, this was referenced. This was tying into another.
And at least Fraser
story.
Irving is not drawing this issue.
Thank God.
He does. Yeah, he does later. He does later.
Well, later parts, yeah.
Yeah.
I think this was a story that was happened in the 90s by someone else.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
Morrison.
someone in the 90s. I don't remember who wrote it, but someone did, and Grant decided to take over from this, and then Scott decided to take over from Grant. I just find that weird. It's one story inspired two other writers.
Yep, one with Grant Morrison and one with Scott Snyder.
Okay, I just said that to you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't
But now we are at the
Tomas
present day. Bruce faces off against Hurt. Hurt still believes in his own hype.
Of course he does.
And Bruce is just, what is Damian doing in a Robin costume?
That's funny.
I also love he's like two Batman. Like he just rolls with it.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Well, how should this go? Long story short, they fight. Bruce goes after Hurt in a Batcave. Dick and Damian go after Professor Pug.
That's where you have Fraser Irving artwork again.
Yeah.
They go back and forth.
Oh yeah, Fraser Irving and
The other artist.
okay, let's say who this other artist here is. David Finch is
Chris Burnham, Cameron Stewart, and Fraser Irving all on this issue.
yeah.
Isn't that 3 artists for 2 men for 1 book? That's an overkill.
No, not at all. Because they do different sections.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, well then Alfred is put into an underwater bathtub that is filling with water. So Hurt says, either fight me or save Alfred. Bruce goes to save Alfred.
Yeah.
But the Joker.
And then the Joker is there to greet Hurt when he finds, and then Hurt slips on a banana peel.
Oldest joke in the world. The oldest joke in the world.
Yep.
Hits his head, is paralyzed, and then Joker buries him alive.
Oh, that's dark.
And aside from Convergence, that's the last time we see Hurt, isn't it?
No, that's not true. He never in Rebirth.
That was a different Hurt.
Yeah, different Hurt.
Oh.
Aside from Convergence, this is the last time we see him.
And
Yeah.
who was that Hurt never in Rebirth? Who was that guy?
Different version of Hurt, because this Hurt eventually died in Convergence. And after the Joker has buried Hurt, there is a song and dance number about I don't have to go back to the old gags. Starting today, I'm taking the act to a whole new direction where the Joker fights crime. When there's no Batman, the grave digging clown gets to be the good guy. So, and then it's Dick as Batman who punches him out. Joker doesn't. The status quo doesn't let the Joker go to be a heroic character.
Nope.
I actually would love that. It's gonna be funny.
Because he'd still be a killer. That's the thing. He'd still be a killer. No one wants that.
True.
Yeah. He would probably be an anti-hero if he was let to go loose.
Yeah.
Well, Dick's head wound is healed. He's given the medical attention. Bruce says, "Don't hang up the cowl yet, because now we are going to set up Batman Incorporated."
Woo!
And
Yay!
Batman and Robin will continue on with a couple of random arcs until the end.
Awesome.
With the new writer, Tomasi.
No, it
Tomasi
was
did only one arc.
there was some other guy before Tomasi. I
Oh,
only figured out and acknowledged it in editing.
Oh yeah. Oh, Paul Cornell. They gave us
Yeah.
Una.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now, unfortunately, I only have the pre-crisis half of Batman Incorporated, so we're gonna have to talk about the New 52 half out of memory.
I can help out with that. I can help with that.
I can actually show the image after the screenshot, maybe.
Let's just get as far as we can, gentlemen. All right.
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. I can help. I'll cover when you get
Yeah,
to that
Batman
one.
Incorporated starts with the Japanese with Lord Deathman.
Mhm.
Hold on. I want to do this. Lord Deathman.
Okay, I haven't seen that. Yeah, who kills Mr. Unknown, a Japanese superhero, trashes his place, and well, Bruce and Batman and Catwoman had come to Japan basically to wanting to recruit Mr. Unknown for Batman Incorporated. But when the old one was killed, then they eventually end up recruiting the new one.
Mhm.
And this is also how she shows how Grant Morrison was writing Batman and Catwoman's working relationship and whatever relationship. There's the whole how they arrived to Japan, and well, Selina is said to be on an alias, not as under her own name.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Miss Elva Bar, Cosmetics Heiress.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's better writing than what Tom King has done.
True.
I'm sure Jared will appreciate that little dig.
Yeah, but remember he doesn't hate the Batman run.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
but
the other
still,
one.
ever since even when what this relationship is
Dead.
one foot in the grave after what Tom King did.
Yeah, there's no salvaging that.
And
It's
I
sad.
disagree. I think it's already on the mend already. They just need
Yeah,
the time
but it's still
away.
one foot in the grave, more or less. Well, or maybe that one other grave is trying to pick itself up from it, but it's still a slow burn.
It is, but I think it's been quiet long enough that someone else can come around and build it back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the other Mr. Unknown who was there, then gets sworn into Batman Incorporated, and now there's a Batman in Japan.
Mhm.
Yay!
Next story then features El Gaucho.
Oh,
He
He
was
was
one
leading-
of the He was one of the Batman of all nations. That guy.
oh
Right.
yeah, him.
And he ended up taking over a rebrand of Batman Inc. after Ghostmaker left the team later on. It only
Yeah.
lasted one volume.
It didn't
Maybe.
go
A
there.
shame.
Continue,
Yeah.
Pika.
Yeah, that's it. This story takes place somewhere in. I'm gonna guess somewhere in Mexico.
Yeah, it does.
They dance the dance of death, and yeah, they hunt down some other surviving members of the Black Club,
Yep.
with also Batwoman being also showing up there, and now they acknowledge the other Batwoman.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I referring to before.
The Cassie Kane, yeah.
No. This ain't Cassie.
Kate
Kate,
Kane,
that's what I meant. Kate, that's what I meant. Kate.
or Kathy Kane.
Tabby Kane, who's the other Batwoman.
Yeah, oh yeah, no. There's Cassie, who was the original one. This is when it was acknowledged that they are two separate Batwomen.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
beforehand, people thought, "Oh, does that mean the other one never happened?" No, Grant says, "No, she still happened."
yeah,
There's
and
just-
Grant Morrison is also rewriting some parts of the Silver Age to show that some of these stories did happen.
Yeah,
Yep.
I want to fast away stuff.
But still introduce the fact, for example, she wasn't an actual Kane. She married into it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas Kate is an actual Kane by blood and relative.
Yeah, and but Bruce Wayne's cousin.
Probably, you know what? I think that was done to explain why it's like, because when they first introduced her, Martha wasn't a Kane. There was no familial ties. I think Grant did it so that they can have the familial ties, but not have any romance that Bruce and Cassie had be squicky like your cousin.
Kathy and Kate.
Yeah,
I said
Kate and Kathy.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, that story goes on for, but that's also some stuff happens which probably leads to something important-ish.
I think it connects to New 52, right? It goes to New 52.
It goes there, but then there's also this
The Leviathan
part
special.
where Bruce is now talking about Batman Incorporated rated as the initiative that it is explained as.
What's with the face? The face with the eye looks weird to me.
That's Chris.
Yeah.
Wasn't that Chris Burnham's artwork?
I don't know.
Yeah, could be. It's not like it's just said in the cover. And then there are those bat robots that I think these were also in Batman Brave and the Bold.
Yeah.
And then there's we have also this. Yeah, they acknowledge Leviathan rising.
And the other sort of 71 and Cassandra Cain part of that story.
I just realized we missed something back over here. There was the one final part, which there was the.
You mean the Leviathan Strikes one shot?
Yeah, the Leviathan Strikes, and this part of the story where they showed Bruce and Damian trying to work together and it didn't work.
Wait, was that the Leviathan Strike story?
Yeah, the Leviathan.
No. Leviathan Strike was the one that had the story with Stephanie Brown going to that school.
Yep.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen. But no, that's not happened yet. There was still a background for Batman Incorporated, but there was also this one part where they tried Bruce and Damian tried to work as Batman and Robin.
The return.
Yeah, the return.
The return. That's the one
the
that gave him
return
his yellow oval.
Where they then came across this guy.
Who's that guy?
The heretic.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's him.
The heretic.
That was his earliest design. That was his debuting design.
Yeah, that was before Burnham redesigned him.
I was wondering about that. I couldn't tell it was him. I thought that sounds pretty cool. It was kind of
Yeah, but eventually that was when they learned about Leviathan, and then there was also how Bruce and Damian realized that their team dynamic didn't work, but maybe that was just made to justify how Dick is still being Batman and working with Robin.
Well, you remember Damian Wayne met Cassandra Cain, Stephanie Brown during this time period.
Yeah, that was the Leviathan Strikes book.
Yeah,
I wonder about that.
And we also had still Batman and the Outsiders.
Go! That's a team.
And they talk about Leviathan. And then there's this one page that I have been using in my few videos because it's the one where Bruce has different accounts on different message boards on social media.
Yep, I love that one.
False rumors about Batman is Bruce Wayne. No, Bruce Wayne is dead, and that's someone else who they use as a puppet, and so on and so on.
That is so funny.
Like, if anyone tries to come to make a claim about Batman being Bruce Wayne, they would be like, dude, that is an internet some conspiracy. No one believes that anymore.
Genius. That is genius to pull that trick.
I love that.
I love that so much. That's so funny.
Yeah, but yeah, Leviathan Rise and the children were pretty much this. Were
brainwashed.
Yeah, which really gets into more so during the new 52 version.
Yeah.
Like I said, I can summarize that if you want me to, Pika.
Yeah. That leaves here's Cassandra now.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! I love Cassandra Cain.
Also establishes the new Wingman, or also Rocket Racer, or what was it?
Which again gets resolved in the new 52 era.
Wait, did Wingman die?
And David Zimbabwe Batwing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was shelved. Right when the new 52 happened, Zimbabwe was shelved. He made a few appearances here and there, but not as Batwing.
Wait, why?
No.
Why was he shelved?
He was shelved right after Batman Inc.
No, why?
Yeah, then they made Luke Fox be Batwing after that.
Ow. What?
Yeah.
He appeared in anthology books here and there, but not as
Then
Batman.
there's the Indian father and son Batman, and who were these guys again?
I think they were fitting to Batman from Batman.
Man of Bats and Little
Man of
Raven.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah, the Indian reservation area or
yeah, that's the one where the
Native
artwork,
American Batman.
Chris Burnham's artwork really gets a little like you have that one baby crying, soiled himself, and the mother had died from a overdosing.
That was weird.
Ooh.
What?
Yeah, I
And
remember
then
that.
there's this issue with the Ubernet or what with
Yeah,
Oracle.
what's up,
That
guys?
was cool. I love that cover.
What's up, Najee? Did you go out for a second?
No, yeah, I'm back. I'm back now. I've been muted, but I'm mute now. See what you
Yeah,
guys doing.
yeah, this was the Batman and Oracle issue where they basically gave Barbara the digital avatar, which basically was before New 52 gave her use of her legs back, but it was a glorious thing she could be Batgirl again.
What's that a dumb idea? 52. I hear that.
Hey, Tevia.
Sorry.
I do have a question.
To be fair, it was going to happen eventually, dude.
I know. But I kind of like an Oracle more than that.
Yeah, that happened sometime or another. And
I'll be honest. Tom Taylor came up with a good middle ground. Let's be honest. He did come up with a good middle ground to have her be Oracle and Batgirl at the same time.
True. I don't credit that makes sense.
Yeah, and then there's this issue with Stephanie in that some girls' school.
Yeah, I love that.
That was the Leviathan Strike issue. Yeah.
That made me so happy.
Yeah.
It was such a great story.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't know how much it was just set up and showed how they are training assassins.
Except for the Leviathan stuff.
Yeah.
Now, but
The day that she got shelved. Thanks.
Yeah, that broke my heart. Like, why?
Thanks, Didio.
Thank the deal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Son of Pug.
Yep,
Wait,
I
what?
remember that. Son of Pig.
That was a thing?
Yep.
Only for that bit and hasn't come again since.
Because editorial got a hands on it, and yeah, that was a bad idea.
Oh, not disappointing. It came in to see that story go forward. Yeah, well.
Yeah, but like I said, if you want me to help out when you get to the New 52 stuff, I can't share anything. No, I'm just gonna be remembering because I remember pretty well.
Yeah,
reread
we're
it
probably
recently.
let's just go from memory what happened with the New 52 when we get to it. Eventually, the final issue shows them coming up to what's this? The revelation and find that most of some recruited members of the Batman Corps were compromised, and then there was the whole Jezebel Jet's head was found.
Yep.
And
that's
Lord Deathman was released from the prison. Bruce put him in the second issue of Incorporated. And internet was compromised. Everything was compromised. Everything that was built is just coming down.
Yep.
And this is also where we find out who the head of Leviathan is.
Red phone rings. Bruce very defeatedly answers the phone, and Talia just says, "Yep, your move. I have done mine."
Right, your move, detective.
Now, guys, want to give any thoughts on that part? If that's all right.
You guys go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta say, like I said, I was saying in the chat earlier, this was a great thing to do for Talia, but it would have been a point of no return. But this was the only direction you could go, unless you were going to redeem her. And sadly, that was never going to happen. She would eventually give up on you and to decide, okay, because as Grant Morrison put it, she's the daughter of a terrorist who has clearly shown time and again she will side with her father first.
Yeah.
Now Neil Adams, RIP, did give a bit more internal conflict, with Talia being conflicted between her loyalty to her father and the organization and her loyalty to Bruce. Now, once you add the element that despite having Damian together, Bruce would never openly choose Talia because Bruce and Raish's ideologies clashes, then yeah, you could have Talia go down the rabbit hole and become the Demoness or the Dragon of Lazarus. But you needed more, but Grant Morrison just wasn't given the time to properly set that up.
Yeah, and unfortunately, New 52
didn't do any favors.
camera down.
This is why I say, and the way I think even Grant looked at it this way was, she already made her decision. When she gave him that ultimatum, it was basically, agree to be a family with me, with Damian, and agreeing to join us. This is my final offer. Otherwise, I'm going to bring you down. And that's when she started getting the wheels in motion. That's how I looked at it. Batman,
that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, Son of Batman
All
was
the-
the ultimatum, and Bruce just didn't take it seriously.
Yep, and then she finally
Yeah,
went to it.
or it was the
Wait, how many books have we gone to prior to? There had to be like 7 books.
Yep.
I think 8 at this point to count Batman Incorporated.
yeah that deal that she made that she tried to make with Bruce all the way when they were here in Gibraltar at the beginning. This
Yeah, at the beginning of
Yeah.
of Batman and Son.
Yeah, that was she was by this point. Basically, that's how Grant looked at. I think Grant saw this. She already made up her mind, and she was already going to do this. It wasn't a case of he had to set it up in his mind. No, she already made up her mind before she even started.
Yeah, with
Maybe
This
it's true, but that's a
11
lot.
books.
But that's
Mm-hmm.
that's what a lot of diehards and even those nostalgic for the Bronze Age are going to tell you. You could have a fall from grace art for Talia, but Grant Morrison didn't set it up.
yeah,
Nope, he already said it already happened.
yeah, off screen.
With definite
Which
millions.
is kind of dumb, but at the same time, I think the way I see it is she just sat probably alone to herself and then just finally thought like she was just fed up with it all. I think that's all it took was. She just was fed up with time and again, like he's never going to join our side. I sure as hell am not going to join his side.
Yeah,
So I'll give him one more ultimatum. If giving him a son won't do it, then nothing will. That's how I looked at it.
I can understand that. But as for me, as Talia herself becoming a psycho, well, she was a psycho with Julia, like becoming a
It took Tomasi to fix it.
It didn't want to do. It took years for them to do that mistake, but I don't know. This one is. I'm 50-50 on it. On the one hand, okay, this makes sense. Talia would go crazy and would go nuts in order to go up to Damian Wayne. Fine, I'm fine with that. We'll go to Bruce Wayne. Go to Bruce and Damian. Like on sense, you'll go to Bruce.
Right.
But then on the other hand, though, Talia, I think the first of all, you're going too far. You're going extreme.
Yeah, again, she was also trying. I think she also wanted to prove to her father that she was the better person, and in many ways, she was.
Yeah, that is true. Because her plan actually succeed.
Can we agree to that? Leviathan was more effective than the League ever was.
True.
At that point, yes.
Yeah, the League kept failing.
Jay, would you agree? And Pika, would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Raish kept going by the old world, constantly bartering, subterfuge, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Talia was direct and aggressive.
Yeah, she's doing
And but still subtle. Look at the brainwashing.
That was subtle. That was genius.
Yeah, especially that issue where we found out they would abduct a teacher, then have her brainwash him. If parents complain, they would then frame them, shred up any evidence, and then frame them using judges of their own to then take away the kids from the parents, arrest them, and then have the kids be raised more and more, even further integrated by being raised by Leviathan
Agents.
orphanages.
Yeah, which 31% can investigate that orphanage to figure out what's happening. And
yeah, that was like when you read that, you realize, oh my God, I could see this happening.
Yeah, I can see that in reality. That could be messed up.
Hmm.
Like,
But I'm basically already summarizing bits of the second one because, like I said, I did go over recently. That's where we have. It's all right if I could just throw out things that happen since, like, obviously we can't. It all kind of meshes together.
Yeah, and then was also included some Bruce. The whole Batman 666 in Bethlehem was also kind of some vision that Bruce saw at some point.
which
Yep,
wasn't
it's a
that
vision that shows the end goal, which was basically everything's starting to go to hell. They have a Joker virus that's invading. They think they have the last kid that's that has the cure. It doesn't. Babs also loses her mind, and eventually it ends with Hurt still alive, manipulating the president so they can nuke Gotham.
What? Why?
Yeah, that happened.
Isn't that extreme? Like
Yeah, well, that was a bad future vision, something that Bruce saw at some point.
Which is actually relevant in Batman vs. Robin the movie. And Bad Boy the movie. Shut enough. I'm surprised 666 had not returned in anything since. Because that's a concept that should continue in something.
Well, here's the other thing. They also had I still remember that issue that followed up 666, where the baby, Barbara snapped its neck because she got corrupted. But you're just like, they actually showed the kids like,
yeah, that was brutal. Like what?
That was
Burnham is an artist Burnham is an artist who has no filter.
Yeah, it would make sense.
It was still in the era of New 52, and when they were pretty much allowing themselves to be as edgy as they could be with the New 52.
Yeah.
Yep. That's also where you have after they see a slaughterhouse, Damian decides, adopt Batcow, and I'm a vegetarian now.
Yeah, that was funny. I love that moment. That was funny.
Batcow.
Batcow. I go Batcow.
Yeah, that's when they started having Damian adopt animals left and right.
But they're so cute and funny.
Nice.
Yeah, like Alfred the cat and Titus was mostly just that Thomas brought him in.
Yep. But that's as they continue. Oh, hold on a sec. You guys can keep going. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Damian, we kind of missed some stuff with the Teen Titans stuff because he was in Teen Titans. He was in that story, pre-52.
Yeah. But then it was, so I don't remember the finer details, but all of it eventually related to then them fighting at the Wayne Tower.
Well, in Teen Titans, he fought Superboy Prime with Connor, Cassie, Tim Drake. They fought Prime.
No, with the in Incorporated. Also,
no, Incorporated.
Then Talia also put a hit on Damian's head.
Yeah, with Heretic.
Yeah, no, a hit that made people like bounty hunters and others that to like some hit for like how many millions of dollars that they kill Damian.
Who set up the hit? Was it Roger? No,
Talia put it on herself. Put it on Damian. So that's basically why Bruce refused to let Damian come out as Robin, and he had him in the cave. Then they eventually culminated in that one sequence where they had the set piece at the Wayne Tower where they fought where Damian eventually died fighting Heretic.
Yep.
Alfred let him go.
Yep, and that was also where they were protecting that one girl that Bruce had rescued, who was, and then met up with her again during the.
We jumped over that. It's.
I like that. That was a prime example of Bruce using his money to help some of the victims.
By the way, I found the image of Heretic killing Damon.
Yeah, here was this girl. He gave him the.
Yep.
Calling card to go get a job there.
Yep, because she was clearly one of those type of young women who short, small enough to fulfill certain disgusting fantasies of pervs, and all that for her pimp.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that popped up again during the Lost issues that was in between R.I.P. and Final Crisis.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how Damian died.
This was her third, and that set up she was a receptionist, which is what she was doing here.
Yep. And in Batman Cobra, everyone gets killed by a Heretic. After Nightwing actually showed up.
Mm-hmm.
This fight was brutal. I mean,
it's meant to be.
They're trying to take down this guy with everything they got. And
I still find it disturbing that this was a Damian clone that was gestated in the carcass of a whale.
Sperm whale, to be exact.
Well, yeah, but I just always found that like.
Oh, continue.
Yeah, Robert, what?
Hold on, someone's going through a lot of static. What's going on?
Sorry. My phone was connecting to my my Bluetooth.
Okay,
it's going all right. Just mute yourself for a second.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
But I will say this: this was the most. This is one of the main aspects because as is going into this run, you could have shelved Damian right after this, and this would have been a solid send off for the character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that was the plan. It was the plan.
Agree.
If they,
That
it's
was
the whole,
always the plan from the
One at a
beginning.
time, gentlemen.
Sorry.
Pika?
it's the whole, but isn't that the whole thing that Damian was created as a part of Batman's supporting characters, and so Grant Morrison didn't own the character to have him be killed off. The character had built certain
Actually,
enough
he was
fan
originally
base.
supposed to die at the end. Sorry. I was just saying,
Yeah.
he originally was meant to die at the end of Batman and Son, but then I think Tomasi convinced him to keep him going because Tomasi was the editor at that point. And then Grant decided, all right. And then that's how things continued forward.
Yeah.
Well, that
Because
explains
that was
the
the
limited
original plan.
appearances between. That explains the limited appearances Damian had after Batman and Son and Batman RIP.
Exactly. Grant had to then expand it a bit more. But like I said before earlier in the chat, if we didn't get Batman Robin, if we didn't get Damian's other appearances, no one would have mourned Damian's death because they would have been like, good, the little shit deserved it.
True. If no Damian didn't appear in any other book, yeah,
If he had, yeah.
be permanently
Well,
killed off.
I do think Batman and Robin. Okay, question for all of you, Jay Heat, Pika, more specifically you two. Do you think Batman and Robin on its own could have redeemed Damian in people's minds, or do you think it needed the other appearances outside, like Batgirl and everything?
I would say it's a combination of everything because not only were you dealing with a breakout new character, you were also dealing with with a generational shift between the Bronze Age and the turn of the millennium.
Right.
So and not to mention Damian's attitude when he debuted. By the time you got to Batman and Robin, sure, because Damian had a genuine attitude change and became more third dimensional. Definitely by Batman and Robin, but you still need a lot of setup. What previous interactions? What made Grayson decide to take Damian in as the third Robin, other than seeing Tim as an equal and giving Tim an out from the Robin name? Yes, there's a lot of melodrama. Yes, it was a justification for why Tim would ultimately want to solve the mystery of Bruce's disappearance, even if he originally did out of spite. But we got the great Red Robin series out of it. But even by the time you get to Batman and Robin, sure, because the only real appearances Damian had other than that were a brief interaction with the Teen Titans and Jeff Johns' run. Return of Rachel.
No, it wasn't Jeff John. It was during that era, but it was by that point it was J.T. Kroll.
Oh yeah, Kroll did take over the last couple issues of the book. My mistake.
Yeah. John was long gone.
But where was I saying? Oh yes.
Oh yeah, and you had him appear in Batgirl, the Stephanie Brown Batgirl, and everyone remembers the bit of them on the bouncy room.
Yeah, but it must be because Damian was also appearing in so many other books. He was also given exposure to bigger reader base.
But exposure that either took the, everything, what out of him, or had humanized them further.
Yeah, it was during issue 100 when they thought she was playing with Damian Wayne.
Leading up to the 100th issue. I think he came in around 95, 96.
Yeah, right around that point. And that's when he had Damian said, I'm joining the Titans.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that issue. That's the thing.
Yeah, I trust me, I have all of those that era. But of course, then you have, I would say this. King, having to be Batman completely lose it after Catwoman stood him up at the altar. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense.
That was dumb.
The brief Batman completely losing it to the point where he seems to make himself a man-bat. He didn't, but it seemed like he did to go in and attack, go to war with Talia. And the point where even she's like, no, he wouldn't. I loved it how she underestimated him. She thought she knew him.
Cool.
But yes, in terms of Damian's arc, you really don't need the added appearances. You would only need the Grant Morrison run itself, and maybe being a supporting character in Nightwing and Stephanie Brown's Batgirl. That's it in terms of character.
Yeah. I would agree because, like I said, I remember there were people saying, get rid of the brat. No one liked him at first. Batman Robin started it, but I think I gotta say, I think Tomasi really helped out more so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
I agree with one.
Definitely when he took over.
Yeah.
When he took over, because even because Tomasi's Batman and Robin arc pre-New 52, he only did one arc, was probably the standout of it. The other ones were just filler-ish arcs.
Yeah, they did Born to Kill, I think, with filler.
I don't know about that. I'm saying about the one with that woman with the hole in her head, or Uno.
That was that woman with the hole in her head. That was some other writer than Thomas.
That was,
that wasn't
Paul
Tomasi. That was somebody
Cornell.
else.
Yeah,
That was a film writer.
Yeah, that was Cornell. All Tomasi did was the White Knight.
Yeah.
The angel, like one with the angel wings.
Yeah.
And then you also had Judd Winnick come back for to do a more Jason.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the one that had him in the Batmobile, and he just like once Dick tells him quipping, like, this was worth it just to hear Batman in the Batmobile to use the word tool. Shoots the top of the Batmobile so he can get out. Because that's the only reason why he teamed up with them, just to hear that.
That's funny.
That is funny.
Yeah.
Basically, it was Judd trying to right the ship that he had done because he felt Grant completely derailed what he was setting up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which, can you guys agree with that? Grant did kind of derail what they were doing with Jason.
Yeah, he tried to with Jason. I'll agree with that. He did Jason body.
Heck, the fact that he said, "Oh, I was always a redhead. I tied my hair black," and it's like, wait, that was a pre-crisis thing.
Yeah, that one post-crisis. Post-crisis, he was a blonde. Not blonde. He was a black hair.
Yeah.
No, he was a redhead. He was more of a yellowish redhead.
He was pre-crisis.
Yeah, yellowish redhead.
But then the Grant decided to retcon it back.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because post-crisis, he was naturally a black.
Yeah, up until the New 52, Jason had red hair.
With New 52 trying to make him an anti-hero again. It was weird.
Something like that.
Yeah, I didn't like the 52's letter. It was not good.
Yeah.
But
Outside of what happened with Roy and Starfire.
Yeah.
Red Hood and the Outlaws. Otherwise,
but,
somewhat good development to Jason, but at the price it came, it was up.
Yeah, it was not
yeah,
good.
But then at the end, by the end of Batman dismantles Leviathan for the most part, and fights Talia, still can't kill her. Then Cat shows up out of nowhere, setting up Spiral, and boy, did that made no sense. There was no build up to that.
Yeah, that was dumb. Like, what? You got me kidding.
What did you guys think? Okay, I don't have to have you. But Jay Heat, Pika, what did you guys think about that? Out of nowhere near stuff, Cassie showing up just because someone needed to put Talia down and Bruce was never going to do it.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it was kind of.
I did not care for it.
Let me say this. They salvaged it with Spiral, but Grayson alone does not connect to any previous work. You could argue that Agent Grayson is its own self-contained thing. It did not tie to any large payoff at all.
Yeah,
agreed.
Yeah, Agent Grayson was commissioned by editorial after the fact. Spiral,
died.
I would say that it didn't. You can't really say that it they were just taking what Morrison did and expanding on it. I don't think this was done to try and do anything to what Grant had done. I just think this was a case where they decided no one's using it. Let's do it. But they didn't. But if you notice, Cassie hasn't appeared since. Well, they had a retcon that we got her real name.
Wait. I'm confused here. What's her real name? I'm lost.
I don't remember. All I remember was it was revealed, I think, in Grayson that she had a different name. Isn't that what happened? It's been a while.
I don't remember.
Wait, David Kane? David Kane had a different name?
No, Cassie. I'm saying Cassie Kane.
Kathy. K-A-D-H.
Yeah. The Silver Age. The Silver Age.
The Silver Batwoman.
Yeah, the Silver Age Batwoman.
Okay.
Yeah, the one that was revealed that everyone was thinking, oh, isn't this
Cassandra?
Yeah, Kate, isn't Kate this woman? And it's like, no, it wasn't.
Oh yeah. Kate King, the other Batwoman.
But yeah, this also led to, I don't know if this directly tied to Batman and Robin Eternal, but there was an editorial situation with Dan Didio where Cassie and Stephanie were shelved for 3 years.
Yep.
Yeah, I heard that. Wow.
Yep, they were shelved and everything because the deal, but eventually Tinian was able to pitch an idea that got the deal to accept them back.
Yeah, they appeared in Batman Incorporated. Well, because tell you about being Batman Incorporated.
Settle down.
No, I know. I'm just trying to explain my bitty.
No, I know. I know you're passionate with it. Just trying to keep you settled.
Thank you. Sorry about that. But Billy 71 appeared in Batman Incorporated first. Then Cassandra King appeared in Batman Robin Eternal, the sequel to that book.
Yes, exactly. That's when those books started bringing them back because Tinian had ideas.
Yes, which connect to Decepticons Rebirth, which
was great.
Yeah, I love that one. It made me so happy.
And then at the very end of it, it was then revealed, here's both of your histories. Oh, you thought it was going to break us? It just tells us how awesome we are.
Yeah, that was so cool.
I love that. I love that. You thought that would break us? All it did was prove us how awesome we are.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was
I will say this: Harper made appearances here and there.
Oh yeah, she appeared in
Punchline.
That was her last appearance.
Yep.
Yeah, because prior to that, she ended up quote unquote leaving the life to go to college, and she was shelved. I want to say about equally the same amount of time before she came back on Punchline, but she's on the DC webtoon comic just about everywhere.
Yeah,
in terms of,
I think she's not a bad character.
She's not bad. She's just meh.
No, she was. From what I've heard, and Robert, please correct me if I'm wrong. From what I heard, she was a stand-in replacement for Cassandra before.
Well, it's more like this. A character that appeared in the very first issue of New 52 was supposed to be Cassandra. It was decided not to be. She was redesigned. And then from that, then Scott decided, make her a new character. I can? All right.
Yeah, I pretty much also summarized it in the Night of the Owls video.
Yeah. With speaking of
By the way, you know one issue I realized we didn't go over? Batman 700.
Oh yeah, what happened in that story?
Unfortunately, I don't.
That's the one that they jumped through history somehow, like someone uses a device to do it. But at the point where we have it be that Damian would save a young Terry McGinnis, and then later he would be the mentor to Terry.
I completely forgot about that.
That was a one. That's a one-off. That's a stuff. I'm sorry. That's a one-shot story that was, at least to my knowledge, has not.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Does that confirm the whole Bruce Timm stuff?
No.
Completely different.
No,
completely different.
Damian being in Bruce's place as the mentor character is not a bad change.
It's not a bad idea. I'm all for that change.
If you were to carry into continuity, that's the best way to do it.
Because Bruce would be way too old. The Bat family would be way too fractured,
or dead,
or dead. Because at least with what DC. I'm sorry. At least with what DC Rebirth did with that ended up being Earth 12 Batman Beyond. But at least based on what they made Damian, associated with in rebrand the League of Assassins before eventually reconciling with Bruce after defeating what was his name? Mr. Zero.
Something like that. It was some white man guy, basically. I forget his name. It's been on Batman Rebirth. Good one, by the way. I'm sad it ended, but yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, Damian appeared at the end of it.
No, he appeared in Volume 2. In Volume 1...
Oh yeah, Volume 2, yeah. But I count all of Jurgen's run as one big run.
Yeah.
True.
I ignore Future's End and the Tim Drake Batman stuff because that one was not good.
I mean, it was referenced, but it had no impact on the run at all.
It wasn't
was just
good.
referenced.
Yeah.
It was just referenced. But
Yeah.
But yeah, back to this. The next major aspect, because you do have some side stories like Patrick Gleason's run. It's good, but it's not very impactful. It's a very good small story.
I would say
skip
though.
something.
I loved the way Tomasi made an event out of bringing Damian back.
Yes.
Oh, Robin Rises. I knew there was one.
Huge.
I was going to bring that up.
That
That's
was
something-
great. You're like, if you're gonna bring him
That's
back,
actually that story was a basis for the one of the fanfics I also wrote when it's okay, because you know what story was event was happening at the same time.
Forever Evil.
No, the Earth 2 saga was also happening.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, Earth 2.
So, when I did, we'll probably do a fan. We need to bring back those fan fiction retrospective streams at some point. But one of the fan fictions I wrote was I read it so that when Bruce went to Apocalypse to get Damian back, it was happening at the same time as when the Apocalypse was trying to absorb Earth 2.
Yep.
Okay, that's a decent fanfic idea. I'm not gonna lie.
Nice. I love it.
Because we already had a Huntress and Power Woman. Huntress and Power Girl, excuse me. Huntress and
Power Girl, yeah.
Paolo, yeah.
Interact with Damian. I want to say that was in the annual of that series.
No. It was just a random issue. And I love it how she calls him little brother.
Yeah, that was adorable. That was cute. I was sad.
That was a great issue. Hold on. Let me double check because I'm looking right at the shelf at it. Where is it?
Yep.
If it wasn't for Damian died, that actually is another sad thing that made Damian's death actually a sad thing, because that was also a relationship that Damian could have built up with the alternate universe version of his sister.
Yeah.
And then he had to die, so that the relationship went nowhere.
Yeah. And that was issue 6. That's when you still had Kevin McGuire and George Perez drawing it together.
Oh, by the way, I found a miniseries with Batman and Robin. Well, no, Batman and like Red Robin stuff.
No, I think those were the issues of Batman and Robin, which Tomasi was writing when Damian was dead and Bruce was going through the 5 stages of grief.
Yeah. That was still during Batman and Robin. They just jumped through things.
Yeah, they found Red Robin when he tried to bring Tim Drake went to Batman to stop him from bringing Tim.
Wait, what? Wait, Tim. Wait, what?
It was that issue with Red Robin was also where Tim came to stop Bruce from trying to experiment on Frankenstein.
Yeah,
right.
The New 52 costume. I hate this costume so bad. I hate this costume. But
that's the same costume that Tim has in the DC Dark Legion mobile game.
Now the Falcon Wings Red Robin costume. I mean, it's more practical than the Kingdom Come costume. Don't get me wrong; it's more practical.
But it's just dumb. It makes no sense. Like, this is badass. This is awesome.
It's also a hand-me-down from an Elseworld story, Tim. Tevia, even you have to admit that.
True, it is. But at a hand-me-down, it's a cool hand-me-down. I do love it. But this is just stupid and dumb. But anyway, as far as the Batman and Robin Omega and Alpha, I love the story. This is a great story. Yeah, but it doesn't with Damian Wayne, even though I want to review when this thing coming out at the time.
Tevia, Robert has something to show us.
Sorry.
I was going to show something. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to screen share it?
Yeah. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
I'm also hearing echoing, so I'm trying to figure out. I'm the screen sharing. Just give me a moment. I'm trying to find.
It's not coming from my end. Anyone else hearing it?
No. It's from me. It's from me because I have it up somewhere. There we go. I got rid of it. So give me a moment. I'm about to screen share it.
All right. While waiting on that, by the time Tomasi did catch up with Damian's death, we had a full mini arc of Bruce going through the 5 stages of grief, and the first one is completely without. I want to say the first one or the second one, but it's completely without dialogue, and it is a masterclass of internal conflict. The art purely carries it. I mean, it is beautiful.
It's a great one issue. It's a great one shot.
I remember that.
Yeah, they made me cry.
But here's the world's finest issue you guys were talking about.
Okay.
This one. Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
That's nice art style.
It's McGuire. What do you expect? And then you have Perez doing the Power Girl stuff.
Oh, wow.
Power Girl running into Supergirl.
That's cool.
Yeah, but here's the fight between them. And I just love you have his eyes though. Strange, so do you. Batman has no other children. No pity. That explains why he's had a problem finding a suitable Robin. What would you know of such matters then? More than you dream, not my brother. More than you dream. That's what it was. Not my brother. And look, she took his mask off.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I mean, it makes sense.
I always assumed Damian would have had his mother's eyes. Like he has Bruce's looks, but
in most versions, he has his mother's eyes. In most versions.
Most versions, But here, I mean, it makes sense.
I feel like the New 52 tried to make Damian a mini Bruce, and it just didn't work well.
Yeah.
But
and
but
now most artists are trying to overcompensate in correcting that.
Which is
It's just I don't want to know. I don't have a problem with them trying to make his scene look darker, but the way how they have been overcompensating, like from an
craftsman
I don't draw much anymore, but from a perspective of someone who used to draw and color his own drawings, Damian looks so sunburned in most of those images where they have been trying to fix his skin tone.
Yeah. By the way, here's the issue you were talking about, dude.
Okay. While we're waiting on that.
Oh, I got it.
But yeah, they were also trying to canonize Carrie Kelly and try to make her the new Robin.
Then they squashed it. Then they squashed it. Something that yeah. What was that?
Oh, Requiem.
Yeah, Requiem. Yeah, this is the one you were talking. The fact they never finished the painting.
Aww, that's so sad. That broke my heart.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, look here, and then look.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Damian is there. If you can see the hair there, do you see it?
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
It's faint, but it's there.
Yeah, that was intentional, and
This was a great story. A sad, depressing.
No. You said no dialogue.
No dialogue. No.
It's up my eye.
And this is monologue.
No, they don't monologue. It's nothing.
It's a monologue of that in the later part.
Yep. Oh yeah. Here's where they try to bring Carrie in and say that she was the tutor. Damian's tutor.
I understand that Frank Miller previously told them don't use Carrie.
Yeah, that was what it was. Yeah, but I got to the fact she dressed as Robin for this party.
That was funny. Yeah, this is the Frankenstein story we're talking about. Kendrick Robin.
Yeah, this is where this was all about different. They put in different people. First, different. The Two-Face thing.
Going where?
No. Well, yeah. Eventually, he would do more with it in his detective run, but these are the villain months.
Oh,
Keep forgetting those. Oh yeah. Here's Robin Rises.
Part 1. Yep.
And what is okay? And some of the art where the Aquaman pretty much ends up looking.
Oh wait.
Namor.
I was right. This isn't the right order because they skipped a bunch of issues on these scans. Hold on.
Yeah, they skipped Alpha. They skipped.
Well, not just that, but there was a whole bunch of others. Culminating with him seemingly teaming up with Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah, that was weird. Like what? Why?
Yep, but yeah.
Because Ra's was the one who stole their remains.
Yeah, he was going to use a Lazarus pit, and Bruce was like, no.
Yeah.
Not that way.
Yeah. And then there was also some people that think about Bruce went to Apocalypse to resurrect Damien when it was in reality he was just trying to reclaim his remains.
But he got the crystal that could allow him to do it.
Yeah, so he had the option and he was given a choice.
And that's when we got
the hell better on that.
Yep, the Hellbat armor. Which
Oh,
I don't care what
cool.
Jared says. I love the Hellbat
I
armor.
love that armor. That
If I
armor is
remember
awesome.
correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but if I remember correctly, Requiem was standalone. Batman and Red Robin was grief. Batman and Red Hood was anger.
Anger.
Batman and Batgirl was bargaining or bartering.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
And Nightwing's was acceptance. But which one was Selena's?
I
So,
think
hold on,
it
let me
was,
look. Let me look.
Fighting?
That one was That one was Despair. Despair.
Yeah, Despair.
It was Despair. It was Despair.
You were saying, Pika?
I don't know if Nightwing had an issue, but it wasn't forever easy.
Okay, back on. Let me double check now. You said Requiem. There was Requiem. Hold on.
Requiem?
Then Carrie was the first one was Tim.
Carrie was a subplot in Tim's and
Denial.
Batman.
That was Denial. That was Denial.
Denial.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was Denial. Then you had Rage. Then you had
bargaining.
Bargaining. Wait, what's that bargaining? Yeah, that was bargaining. Then it was Denial. Catwoman was Denial, and then Nightwing, I believe, was acceptance.
Acceptance. Yeah.
Yep. Then it led into the other team up. You know, him teaming up with other heroes, which was for the hunt for Robin. No. Next was the Two-Face arc.
Yeah, Two-Face and those twins.
Yeah,
was one of the twins already dead?
Oh, that's the one when Tomasi had Harvey shoot himself, and he wouldn't bring that back until his detective run.
Oh, I completely forgot Two-Face that he died.
Wait, I thought
he didn't die. He didn't die. He did have a bullet lodged in his head.
Oh yeah, bullet lodged in the head. Yeah,
but I thought Gotham and Gotham Girl debuted in Rebirth.
Yeah, that wasn't Gotham and Gotham. It was different twins.
Look at before.
Yeah, some.
Then that led after that.
Twin sisters.
Right.
I don't remember what their names were, but they were the ones who in the New 52 were then the ones who poured acid on his face and killed Gilda.
Yep. And but then that led into Hunt for Robin, which then led into Robin Rises.
Yep. Which, as I said, at the time when these coming out, like, wait, why? I bring them back.
Because Tomasi Grant was going to kill him no matter what. Tomasi tried to make an argument, and
editorial stepped in.
Yeah, editorial stepped in. Basically, came to an agreement saying, "Okay, we'll kill him off, so Grant can kill him off. You can bring him back."
Yeah, that makes sense. Well,
because that way it was the way that everyone gets what they want.
Yeah, when people get Damian Wayne back,
it was a compromise, Tevia. It was a compromise.
Yeah, it was a compromise. Exactly, it was a compromise.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. And then we got Super Robin for a brief time.
That was fun. It didn't go anywhere. It was a fun story.
No, it wasn't meant to.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't know if you guys talked. Hey, Cameron, how's it going?
Oh, wait, which one? Oh,
I think they're referring to the Adam Glass run.
Yeah,
we haven't gone to
Metal run.
I didn't mind that.
I hate that run. It drove me mad.
I don't like where editorial. I do have a shelf title. If I ever do bring shelf titles gone bad back, I might do an episode on it.
Pre-metal runs were good. Run was good. Post-metal is when the quality dropped.
Yeah, Percy's run was basically a nostalgia trip of Wolfman and Perez. Percy run was pretty good. Now, I do not like where editorial was going at the time, which in the Adam Glass run definitely didn't help that. But in a vacuum, the Adam Glass run just wasn't that bad. In a vacuum.
I will say this. The only thing I like and the only reason I will defend that run is two things. Deathstroke crossover and Crush.
Crush. Oh, right.
Crush. I adore Crush. She is one of my favorite recently made DC characters.
Yeah, Crush is a great breakout character. Don't get me wrong, but with all the cringe and a lot of connotations going on in that roster, is it really enough to save the run from a quality standpoint?
I also didn't mind Jin.
Okay, all right. Okay. I gotta ask: were you not creeped out by what they were setting up with Robin and Jin? Because you cannot unsee it.
I thought they were setting it up just for Crush to get annoyed.
What?
Because the Crush was the one who digged her. Crush was the one that was into her.
Oh, right. I forgot.
Remember, Crush was the one that was into her, and then everything I think involving that was both for her power that arc where her power was her ring was used, and then she was trapped, and for anything centering around Crush. That's what I think. Anything with Robin was more meant to bring to further those two arcs. That's how I looked at it. I do not think they were planning on pairing him up with her up with Robin, with Damian.
I don't think you really could make it work. I would not be surprised if Jin is forever shelved. Now, I don't really know enough about Flatline. Flatline's a breakout character from Williams.
Yeah, but I love her.
She's fun. She's fun. She is fun. She definitely fits Damian's archetype.
She does. She's so cute.
And come on, she's the daughter of Deathman.
Yeah. No, not daughter.
Henchwoman / sidekick.
Oh, I thought they were related.
No.
Oh, no. You're right. I forgot. No, she has a sister, if I recall, right?
Yes.
Yes, and she's Russian. Her powers manifested and her family abandoned her.
Right.
Yeah,
with the exception of her sister who got roped into crime shortly thereafter. But say what you will about this being a love triangle, or you're trying to, make it one for the sake of melodrama. Say what you will about that. But there's one key caveat I think everyone's overlooking. Jin is preserved based on when her brother betrayed her and bound her to her ring back in the era of the Pharaoh in 2000 BC. That means chronologically, she's over 4,000 years old.
Yeah.
Jahit, if you go down that route, that means you can never pair up Wonder Woman with anyone because she's ancient compared to them.
And they're the main villain of the entire story. This guy.
And yet, for some reason, Wonder Bat exists. I would play the clip, but it's in 4K.
So, even I
have this argument. I can go all night, dude.
You get my boy right, though.
I'm not gonna play it. Pika regrets it enough. Good singing voice though, but I'm not gonna play
but you get my point, right?
Songs since then.
I think it was so funny.
Jada, you get what I'm saying, so right?
Yes.
You're going down now, train of thought, dude. And then you got to think about other examples.
Yep.
Yeah.
Roundhead betrayed the team. He Crush.
Yeah.
I didn't really mind Roundhouse enough. He kind of works as like a Beast Boys stand-in where he completely crashes out Damian over the death of his sister. And
I think they were trying to make him the next Bunker.
Yeah, they were, but then we're going where it went.
Would you agree with that? Jay? That they were trying to make him the next
Bunker was good. I liked Bunker for his character. I mean, I wouldn't say he was very funny. He was definitely the comedic relief of that team.
Oh no, I know, but I'm saying Roundhouse was clearly meant to be the next Bunker, but I think Crush was the one that really stood out. And again, what I like about Crush is that she's a lesbian, but it's not her defining trait.
On my other characters recently, they actually don't go down that with Crushers, thank God.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might do a retrospect. I might do that shelf title Gone Bad because
let me join in for that one then.
Definitely. But Tevye knows what I'm talking about. We even did one on John Kent. I want to say 2 years ago now.
That drove me mad because what?
Okay.
Let's keep this civil.
No, I ain't kidding you, but I'm trying to.
I know. I'm just saying. I know how bad things went with Sean, dude. I know, but I still stand by it. I think John has gotten in a better spot lately.
I can't disagree with that, but that's my opinion.
We'll definitely save that for another stream. But I say what you will about where editorial was at the time, especially after 5G, after they pulled the plug on 5G. But in a vacuum, the Adam Glass run is not that bad. It's monotonous, it's cringe-inducing, but it's not bad.
Exactly.
It could be worse. It could be like this guy. But yeah.
Okay. That.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
But I can say it. Now, can we agree to this? Aging Damian up was the best thing they could do because I am so tired of when they keep kid characters the same age forever.
There's
was,
it's all boils down to execution. That's all I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
say.
do have a question
Damian
about
was
that.
debuted in 2006, and Rebirth happened in 2016. So when the character turned 10 years old, that's when he was turned into a 13-year-old.
Yes, he was
I
already
think
aged
with
up.
during the one shot.
Najee, you had a quick question before we move on?
Oh, I do have a quick question. How did Damian became older in
They just jumped to it.
one?
They just jumped him being 13, and
They just showed him what saying by a birthday cake, and boom, that he was
Yeah,
older.
but also the new one of John Kent when he's older.
Oh, you're
Oh,
talking
no.
about
No,
that one
completely
did get
different.
Skywalker out of. Hold on.
I'm confused.
All right, Tevi, I'll let you handle this one.
Yeah, okay. This other question came about that. The reason why John got aged up because BS been this shit.
Let's keep this civil, gentlemen.
Sorry. To make a long story short, it's nonsense. Basically, Bennett decided, I don't want to let John Kent 10-year-old boy. I got to age him up. Why? Because I went to be the Legion book.
Yep.
Tevia, if I may interject.
Okay.
As it is, say what you will about the rising research of anime and manga. Say what you will about that. We'd argue that till we're blue in the face. But at the end of the day, John could not carry without Super Sons, without Damian Wayne. John could not without even the Super Family. John could not stand on his own 2 feet. You, me, and Pika collabed on this not even 2 years ago.
Well,
would you agree, Robert? Prior to the age up, John could not stand.
Yeah, he couldn't. He couldn't. As a kid, okay. There's only two places for here. Here's how I feel when you handle a kid character. They're either supporting characters, they're part of a team, or like Power Pack and all that, or they're part of a comedy book like Franklin Richard Boy Genius,
and making his J.He. Blaze debut. We have Cameron. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Cameron.
Hey, I'm doing the way I'm asleep.
Yep. J.He., would you agree with that? What I just said? Those are the 3 things you do with a kid character.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I do a question, wait, because do we know that John Kent and Damian Wayne is older now, right? In the new continuity now? Wait,
unfortunately.
Older?
Yeah.
No, but Damian is just 3 years older. Just 3. It just acknowledge that he is now 3 years older. That's it. He didn't have as drastic as John, and it's more of a case of where they just soft retconned him to being 13, as opposed to, and just simply said, "Oh, we just never acknowledged his other birthday."
Which makes no sense even in logic.
All right, and Cameron, you wanted to share your opinion on the glass run, right quick?
Not on the glass run, more on the whole Damien aging up and whatnot.
Okay, floor is yours.
In my opinion, yes, I think Damien should age up. I do agree with Tevia. What DC did was idiotic, but the reason I think that is because, in my opinion, I believe it's time for Damien to move on from the Robin mantle, and after that, no more Robin. Like we don't. I was kind of thinking about this. Like, should Bruce get a new Robin if Damien quote unquote leaves the nest? But then I'm like, let's try and see what a solo Batman book can do, like where he has no Robin. You can still have him as the family man, but no Robin. And yes, Robert, I really want y'all's opinion on this.
I would personally disagree that. One, Damien's too young. He's too young to get his own mantle. He's only 13. That's still too young. Jason and Dick and the others were Dick was in college by the time he became Nightwing.
Originally in pre-crisis. Originally.
Yeah. Originally pre-crisis. Yeah. Tim, originally, not counting New 52s, trying to cram everything into a couple of years. And then even when Tim was
that was out of spite. That was out of spite.
But still, him becoming Red Robin was still at an older age. Damian is nowhere near close to being at an age for him to leave the nest yet. He's still
after Alfred died, he did quit and go on the run for a year.
Well, before that.
Well, that's
No.
true, but he was still Robin. He didn't try and become anything else.
Didn't he? Wait, wasn't he Redbird during
No,
Batman?
that was during, but that was an undercover thing. And he
Okay.
worked with Wingman. That was Jason.
Wait,
You know what I just
when did this happen?
realized?
Go ahead, Pika. Go ahead, Pika.
Go ahead, Pico.
I just brought it because Damian was created in 2006 and it was a rebirth in 2016, turned him into a 13-year-old.
No, yeah,
Damian
Rebirth, yeah.
as a character turns 20 next year, so they can have a chance to age him up again next
It's
year.
possible. It's possible.
Possible.
That's
It's-
true, but like I said, though, Batman never have another Robin again. Never gonna happen.
Not from a business.
Never.
Not from a business standpoint.
And
Sure.
if
Sure.
you want a story of Batman without Robin, that's why we have the Batman book.
Yeah, we have Batman. We have Detective Gun. We have
Batman is
Robin.
meant to be the book mostly without Robin. Robin might appear if he's needed, but it's not. That's more safe for Batman and Robin.
All right. I'll give a perfect example. Then I'll cut to Pika. I'll give a perfect example. PKJ taking over Williamson's Batman and Robin book. You can tell a story of drama, or even akin to Old Wounds from BTAS, where a version of Robin gets fed up with Bruce. But Damian is not in a position to scour the world, figure himself out. He's not at that ready level yet.
Yeah.
Even in BTAS, in the DCAU, Grayson was college age when he had that falling out with Bruce.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Damian leaving now, sure, Damian can contemplate going to a youth program, maybe taking a year or two off, but outright rebranding and carving a new persona, Damian is not ready for that.
And
No,
he loves being Robin more than any other. He is honored because he is the son of Batman. In his eyes, the only other thing he'll want to be is Batman.
Robin
To
is
him,
a
it's either
stepping
Robin
stone.
or Batman.
True.
There's nothing else.
Well, the Tinder Robin one.
No. I'm talking in Damian's mind.
Specifically.
There's
Yeah.
only being Robin and then being Batman. He's never going to want to be Nightwing.
That's
He's
not
never
gonna
going to
happen.
be anything else unless it's meant to go undercover.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
All right. I'll agree to that.
So I see Damian as being the type who will be Robin well into he'd be like Earth 2 Robin into his 30s if Batman is still active. He might keep egging him on to give it up.
Yeah.
But he will still be Robin.
Yeah.
Or is that too much? What do you think, Jade?
At some point, you can at some point, either there's really only three options. Either have him be Batman, have him rebrand when he's a little older, or go or try to reform or rebrand the League of Assassins.
Exactly.
You can in terms of an older Damian, you can only go those specific routes.
It's crazy how DC actually did 1 and 3 of your suggestions, J.E. They actually did do those. You did 1 and 3 just in different Elseworlds.
Batman Beyond did that. Batman Beyond had him take over the League.
Deceased.
DC
Did it, but that's very specific circumstances. Most of the Bat family were killed off in the zombie plague.
Justice Darkseid War.
I'll be back.
Because Justice Department War had Janeway to go to League of Assassins in that movie.
Then we have that dark future where he's Batman and he's like carrying around guns and trench coat.
Yeah, Batman 666.
666.
Yeah.
Solid one shot, by the way.
Good
Agreed.
one.
A series that
One.
Okay.
All right. While we're waiting on that. Okay. So in terms of Damian's Wayne character, okay, I guess we'll go ahead.
You
and
know
move
what
on.
case of proving Damian could be Robin well until he's older?
Okay. Oh yeah. Me and Robert, we went through that story, and
Damian's up Batman. It showed that even into his 20s, Damian would still be Robin if need be.
Wait, wasn't that a de facto prequel to Batman Bethlehem, or is that a standalone?
It's a de facto prequel, but it's also standalone. So there's some things in here that don't make sense. Like, for example, Jackanape. He gets killed off in this, and yet he's still alive by Batman 666.
Yeah, that made no sense.
well, that was written by Q-Bird, not
Schubert wrote that story.
But playing off of what he talked over with Grant.
Yeah.
So this is why it's both its own thing, but you can look at it as the prequel to the 666.
Yeah.
But yeah, the next major aspect of Damian's character, Percy Run, like again, it's a nostalgia trip for Wolfman and Perez with a little bit of DeCamu synergy sprinkled into the mix. The only real conflict or character progression in the Percy Run for Damian specifically is his beef with Kid Flash and the Lazarus contract.
Well, not just that. There's another team after we forgot to mention. Right? There are two teams. You done Super Sons and Titans.
But outside of Kamada, outside of being a mini world's finest, does either character John receives way more character in Super Sons than Damian does? Let's be honest.
He does. I won't refuse that. He does.
True.
But here's something else. Then you have Williamson trying to put the pieces back together.
After Tom King actually butchered Damian.
No.
Let him finish, Tevia. Let him finish.
First of all, Tevia, Tom King did not do anything to hurt Damian. Can we agree to that?
Yeah.
Tom King did not do
Hurt
anything.
Wonder Woman, but not Damian.
And I'm talking about.
No. Then you're gonna have Jared on the stream, and then we'll be at this for 6 hours.
Sorry.
Okay. What I'm saying is, when it comes, but Tom King did not hurt Damian. All Williamson did was fix everything that was meant to be done for 5G, and he put him on that island. He had him do the Lazarus Island, which eventually led to Tevia.
Right.
And then he eventually led to Batman versus Robin. Granted, Mark Waid wrote that, but he was playing off of what Williamson had given him. And then eventually you led into Williamson's Batman and Robin, which eventually accumulated with Robin going after Bane for killing Alfred.
Yep.
Which we have to talk about this. Originally, at least according to interviews, it was going to be a fake out with Clayface pulling a switcheroo.
Yeah,
it was going to be a fake out originally, but editorial wanted to
and then Tinian cemented it by blowing up Alfred's body during Joker War.
Yeah, that was disappointing. Look at why. I don't get it. Why
they wanted a way to have him not come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even when I was reading it, I was like, okay, DC, now you're going too far.
Yeah,
which is ironic because they have went too far with other stuff. But I'm like, you didn't have to do it like that.
Yeah, it was meant It was meant to lead into 5G. It was meant to lead into that, and it didn't. So, like I said, that's why Williamson was trying to fix it. Yeah, and I think he did. I think Williamson completely redeemed Damian.
Agreed.
For the most part, a little bit of retreading, but the Lazarus tournament and we call it the Batman versus Robin arc, but really it was a combination of the Lazarus Island, Shadow War, and Batman.
Shadow War was great.
Shadow War was kind of disappointing.
Why?
I mean, now hold on. You got to look at it from Tevia's point of view. He did come into comics around the time of the DeCamu. You got to look at his perspective. Mm-hmm. On a surface level, Shadow War is basically a canonized version of Son of Batman.
Yes.
On a surface level. Now, is there a larger story beyond that? Is there a deeper subtext? Sure. But Deathstroke conspiring against the League, Race being permanently killed off and Damian wanting revenge, Damian and Bruce clashing, but ultimately reconciling under the motif of vengeance. The only difference is Damian doesn't enact his vengeance on Slade by the end. Talia does.
Yeah. And the main villain in the entire story is Geoforce, which...
Oh, yeah. No, that would be fair. That also made sense because because it was a case where he was suffering a lot, but no one paid much attention to it until it was finally decided, you know what? Geoforce would be pissed off, especially if you also take into account how much Slade messed with him pre-Flashpoint.
I mean, for lack of a better term, the grooming of Terra, the destruction of Markovia. But during
I was about to say, Geoforce deserves to get
his get
deserves to get
now, to be fair,
on Deathstroke.
To be fair, they have retconned out the grooming portion of Terra. That is gone now.
Okay. When did this happen?
That was never even there. It was retconned in, and then it was retconned out.
No. Other History of the DC Universe does not count. That was a Black Label book.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
You could argue it was implied as social commentary for what quid pro quo was at the time. You could argue it was implied, but in the original story, it is not directly confirmed.
Right,
Yeah.
but as I was saying was,
I would like to see. Sorry.
but then you had, like I said, then you also had what was done to him when Slade was injecting him with the serums as well to help him with his powers, and that was during eventually led into the Outsiders when Geoforce was leading Outsiders, and he completely went crazy.
Oh, that's right. Brion's original debut was being experimented on by Slade. I forgot about
That
that.
happened.
I'm not talking about debut. I'm talking about the deal run.
Oh,
Deal low in outside book.
Yeah.
I
He
know.
was the one who was on Outsiders leading into New 52. That's where you got Freight Train.
I did not know anything about this.
Tevia,
Yeah.
you did not come in during this era.
No.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, but yeah, you had that. You also, and there was also the Last Will and Testament one shot, the DC Universe one shot, and that also had because it was again it tied it back into Meltzer's Justice League run, and that's where you had Geoforce and Slade fighting it out, and people think that that Geoforce single-handedly defeated Slade when really he was ready to commit suicide to take out Slade.
Yeah, he wanted to take out everybody else.
And that led to his paranoia that people are going to find out the truth.
Which was the Shadow War with him taking down Leviathan.
No, this was a separate storyline.
Leviathan is when Markovia was destroyed, but no one seemed to care.
Yeah, you're going to event Leviathan when that happened.
Because Bendis wrote it, and of course Bendis was not going to have anyone make a reference to it.
Yeah.
So of course Williamson decided, knowing Geoforce, he's going to be pissed.
Yeah, he'd be mad, like what?
And yet also want revenge on Slade at the same time. So it's like, I'll pin my two enemies against each other.
And nearly inside World War III on a metahuman scale. But
he didn't care. What did he have left?
Well,
yeah, especially if you're going by Event Leviathan. I'm sorry to cut you off, Tavia, but if you go by Event Leviathan alone, Brion crashing out was a long time coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
So I'm not gonna fault Shadow War for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, there was so much. Yeah, Event Leviathan, again, like all the stuff that was pre-Flashpoint.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? There was just so much that this was a long time coming. That's why I like Shadow War. It made sense.
I understand that. But for me, I thought it was kind of a mess. But I'm glad you enjoyed it more than I did. That's great, because at the end of your opinion, and I respect you 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And I respect that. I know you disagree with it, but I respect 100%.
All right.
Yep.
Then you have the Batman and Robin, the recent one. Like I said, and that accumulated with eventually before the end of Williamson's run, where Damian goes after Bane, and that's where you also brought back what's her name?
Vengeance.
Wait, I thought PKJ took over at that point.
No. Right when Williamson ended was that arc with him going after Bane, and he even shoots himself up with Venom.
Yeah, with Vengeance. Because Vengeance.
Well, he gets tagged with Venom by Vengeance. Which
Yeah,
he gets tagged by a Trank.
Yeah, and I can say, I like Vengeance. I actually think Vengeance is an interesting character.
I like Vengeance too. She's a very cool character. She's better than Gotham, the Gotham guy in front of you, not.
She's basically a combination of Bane and X-23.
Yes, he is. And you know what? That's pretty cool. That's pretty fun.
Yep, and I also loved it. Again, Williamson and Tinian were two of the writers who really understood Bane.
You didn't know I don't want to understand. Well, wait. Well, Tom King. Didn't Tom King?
Oh, yeah, King handled him. I will know.
Okay.
King did. But, okay, remember when I Am Bane came out at the same time as the Bane Conquest mini? I gotta say, I prefer King's writing of Bane over Dixon's.
Yeah, because King's writing Bane made sense. Dixon's writing, it's not bad. Dixon's a good writer.
No, but in that maxi series, it just apparently Dixon was told to try and make Bane Dr. Doom.
Oh.
That didn't work.
That didn't make any sense. I don't get that. What?
Yes. Hold on, if I may.
Honestly, as long as they had Bane be the smart tactician he was introduced as, I'm all right. I really don't like him as the big dumb brute.
Yeah.
No one does. No one does.
Oh, God, don't remind me.
I'll say it, the best time for one of the best speeches ever given from Bane was during Batman Turtles 2.
Yeah, that was cool.
I love
Agree. That speech was awesome.
Jay, you remember that speech?
Yeah, it was awesome.
That was. I'm trying to find it because I have the scans. Hold on.
Okay.
Because that is such a speech I love reading. I just love it. Like if I'm thinking about Bane, that's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of that line, no, that quote there. Oh geez. Hold on.
Now say what you will about the 5G stuff, but prior to Lazarus Tournament, not much is known about the 1 year Damian was on the run, except for that brief Hush mini arc where Hush during with not Magistrate, it was after Magistrate, but Mayor Nakano pretty much declared an anti-vigilantes law.
Oh yeah, that one, yes.
And then Hush captured everyone during the chaos of a protest, and then Damian and Bruce had to team up to save everyone.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
You know, I just realized something. We kind of skipped something I think Damian with respect to the real Robin story. Because
Damian didn't play a role in that until the very end.
Yeah,
right in the middle. Which
Wasn't that, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that more of a Tim Drake and Duke story? Or am I?
No. Tim Drake was in T-Gang during that time during Robin War.
I would argue it's more of a Duke story than anything. Kind of like a
Duke was the main character of it, or main point of view character, or even when it jumped from different books.
I found the speech.
Okay.
All right, I'll screen share. We'll screen share it. But yeah, I would argue that's a Duke story than anything.
Yeah, well, and I want to read this. I want to read this speech.
Where'd you screen share it, Jared?
Jared.
I mean, Robert.
I am.
All right, that's a Freudian slip. You got me.
Why did you say that name? Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna read it. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Pain, Stockman. You know nothing of it. The agony this mind and body has endured is indescribable in any language on any world. I came into existence already trapped, born into shackles, raised in torment. By sheer willpower, I conquered Santa Prisca, the hellhole of my birth. Countless other cities have fallen at my feet as the flames of my soul raged higher, and yet everything remains the same. Walls, bars, chains, pain. This world is a prison, Stockman. Its inmates have fallen into mindless slumber. They must be stripped of their childish obedience. And once I have broken free from the restraints within my own body, I will do what I have done time and time again. Siege and destroy. Then I'll place the Batman in his own cell, a prison of his own actions, and I'll throw away the key along with his legacy. He thinks he can play the little spy without my knowing. He thinks my pain makes me weak, that he can overcome it. But when a man has endured hell, pain means nothing.
Ooh.
I love that speech.
Like I said,
We agree. That perfectly sums up Bane right there.
Guys,
it shows how ruthless he is. Shows how he's one of Batman's greatest adversaries. It's just peak all around.
And when Pika and I went over it, here's something on the Avenger of Bane that introduced him. I realized something. You know how they say every Batman villain is based off of something, something related to Batman?
Yeah.
You want to know what Bane is kind of related to?
Yeah. No, wait, that would be the Joker for his madness.
No. His childhood obsession.
Wait, what?
The obsession as a child to find something, to build to something, to work your mind and body up to something. Because remember this, Bane, what drove him was the vision he had of a bat. And then he didn't even know what that meant until he heard from Bird about Batman, and he soon realized, that's it. That's who I must conquer. I must conquer it as Batman. I have no idea who he is, but I have seen him in my dreams. I will conquer it. It built up his obsession.
That makes a lot of sense to be his obsession.
Yeah. So that's what he represents. The childhood obsession. The obsessed child building himself up. And when you think about it, that explains why Bane is almost Batman's usual equal, because it's not just one thing; it's an entire arc, mindset.
Yeah. His mindset.
Okay, did you ever think of that?
I did, and a lot of people. And granted, a lot of this does fall from the movie, so I'm not going to fault anyone.
Oh yeah.
But Tom Hardy, the Dark Knight trilogy is a solid trilogy, but Tom Hardy's Bane is just not it.
I would say until the reveal, it worked, but then the reveal tainted everything.
Oh yeah, Talia.
Can we agree to that? Everything until the reveal felt like Bane.
Yeah.
It was decent enough. But you pretty much just turned. It's no okay. You want to know the difference between how Bane was characterized in Batman and Robin and Batman and Robin?
Batman and Robin was just
at least I will say, at least for Batman and Robin, they went with like the silly Silver Age.
But Bane
never debuted in the Silver Age. Bane
debuted in the Silver Age. Sorry, I meant like the comedy aspect of Bane. That's what I meant. Sorry.
There was no no. You gotta remember this.
I get what you're saying, Robert. Let me handle this. I get what you're saying, Cameron. And yes, that a lot of campiness with the Silver Age, Comics Code Authority, all of that. But just one thing: Bane didn't debut in the Silver Age.
Mm-hmm.
Bane debuted in Nightfall of 1992.
Only a few years before they even worked on the movie. They just tacked him on because he was new.
Batman the animated series did the same thing, and they just
they hated Bane. Bruce Timm
barely used him. Only used
I think the reason why I said Silver Age is because, like I said, whenever someone characterizes Bane as like the big dumb brute, I've always thinking like the Silver Age or like the comedy aspect of him.
That's the only way you can make that characterization work. I get what you're saying.
Right.
Batman 66 comics also have some reimagining of Bane.
I'm checking.
I'm actually intrigued about that because I want to know what the Bane does in that universe. Because I don't think this thing appear.
Those adaptation stuff is also.
They played up the Lucha Libre side of him.
They did?
They did.
He was a brilliant world-class fighter and tactical genius. So they don't play up his comedy. They still treat him. Yeah, they treat him as someone smart and
a showman.
A showman.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it says his venom was derived from the crystal skull.
That's funny.
It's so 6'6".
Yeah,
that's so Dozerverse to come up with.
Genius.
But yeah. So even there, Bane is a character who, even by the Silver Age standard, would still be treated as a legitimate threat. He should be.
Made fun of Bane, but we thought it was a parody. That was funny.
Yeah, that's a parody.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the parody, so they get passed.
And I would say this: the animated series, I always looked at it, even though I know they hated him, it was enough. They're like, this is how the fight would have gone on their first fight if Batman wasn't sick as a dog.
Yeah, if he wasn't tired. And
can we agree to that? The way it played out in the animated series is how it would have ended if he wasn't sick and exhausted.
Agreed.
Now, granted, would Bane would have been smart enough not to go after him while he was at his peak, but I digress.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Despite a major impact, Bane's Achilles heel, everything leading up to Nightfall, is because Bane orchestrated an entire Arkham breakout and chaos that lasted 36 hours straight. And by the time Bruce
Batman was already sick anyway.
And he was already sick going into that. Yeah. Basically, that's the equivalent of Yamcha picking a fight with Goku because he was hungry at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta remember this. Even before the breakout, he pumped up Riddler with Venom earlier.
He did?
Yeah. There's a reason why in Nightfall you see Riddler wearing a cast. It's because he got his arm broken as it was wearing off.
Oh yeah, Bruce did juice up on Venom that one time when a little girl died.
No. That's separate. That was earlier. That was even earlier than that. That was and even Bane says that your Venom is nothing compared to mine. But that was a prototype version of Venom, and then they improved it by the time it was used on Bane.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Although then that also questions Bane's age then.
Oh yeah.
Because now to be fair. That Venom story was set in the early days of Batman.
Yes.
But that still means that for that to have happened, now I do think Bane had like everything about him being stuck in prison before the Venom happened.
Yeah.
Santa
that's-
Prisca breaking out, building a.
No,
criminal
not the
empire.
breaking out. I'm talking about him before he was experimented on in Santa Prisca with the Venom.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
him being born, locked up, already in there working out and all that, in solitary confinement. That for the couple of that happened up until that point. Then Batman Venom happened. The Santa Prisca government got the drugs, and now
Got
they
the
had to
damn formula.
recreate it because they had to recreate it. The scientist, no, the scientist was still alive.
I
No,
think
you
that
can-
he died in
Yes,
Venom, I don't
yes.
remember.
No. The soldier that commissioned him to make it got killed,
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
but not the soldier himself. He's the one who triggered follow orders, kill me. Was the scientist who created and was the father of the girl who died. Who he didn't care about her at all. But yeah,
the guy was an
after
asshole.
that, then they started bringing it in. So Bane was at least an adolescent by the time of Batman Venom. Is what I'm trying to say.
He was at least a
That makes
teenager. At the
At
very
least a
least.
teenager or a tween.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then they started experimenting on people and eventually Bane for the Venom.
With sets him up to.
But so by that point, though, and that was by the time when Bird told him about Batman. So,
Yeah.
so that would also add up. Batman already existed for Bird to have met him or dealt with him and tell Bane about it.
Yeah.
If we go by the prospect to year 1, Bruce was 26 when he started.
When he
And
got back
Venom
from his training, he was 26.
26.
and Bane didn't show up to Gotham until Tim was Robin.
In
Yes.
the 90s. So that
And,
would
and Venom was before Robin.
So this is before Tim J. Glovin. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is before even
Forty.
Dick Grayson.
Yeah,
Oh,
this was around year
Grayson.
3.
My bad.
Okay. Grayson in most early versions, especially post Crisis, Grayson usually debuts around year 3 of Batman's career.
Yeah.
Usually, in most versions. He usually the Family Circus. Grayson usually debuts around year 3. That means Batman Venom can't take place no later.
Okay.
like year 2.
Some fans theorize it happens either before or after Long Halloween.
Then Long Halloween, Villainy the story.
It's an overarching mystery that takes place over the course of a year. I would
You
argue.
could fit Venom. You could fit.
Almost
there's a
4
lot-
hours, Stelladio.
And, actually, someone made a good point. Here, someone actually came up with a reading order. If you want to go by events that happen, Batman and Batman Year 1, Batman Shaman, Batman Superman, the Man of Steel, Catwoman, her sister's keeper. That was one of an early Catwoman stuff. Technically, you could do year 2, but that gets totally screwy when you get to what was after what was after Long Halloween? Dark Vengeance. Dark
Victory.
You ignore it, but that so year 2 kind of clashes with that. But Monster Men, then the Mad Monk, then the Man Who Laughs, then the Lovers, Journey in the Night, Gothic, Snow, the Long Halloween, Go Insane. So basically, this other person put it by year 3.
It's pushing it. You could say Grayson was still, being taken care of by the social services of Gotham and was going through the legal process of becoming a ward.
Yeah,
That means you would have to push Grayson's case back by at least a couple of months, but it's doable.
exactly.
Yeah.
But still, though, putting it somewhere around Long Halloween makes sense, though, if you ask me.
Yeah.
So this also, in other words, Batman dealt with the drug. Bane got pumped up on, and then you got to give it a few years from Venom to it reaching Bane, because remember, they improved it. They made it a liquid on all that instead as opposed to pills.
With the pills failed badly. So
No. They didn't fail. They were very effective.
Oh my God.
Almost too effective.
Yeah. And not that though, but there was also other steps. Like the young boy, he was skinny, scrawny, and then eventually they also did surgery on him to make him jacked up.
Surgery? God,
Oh yeah, because you see these surgical scars and everything on him.
wow. I did not know about that.
I know my stuff, dudes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But like we said, you could squeeze Batman Venom in year 3. You would just have to push Grayson's adoption case back a couple of months.
Yeah, but I say year 2 makes more sense.
Year 2 at the absolute earliest. Year 2.
But
Yeah, I was gonna say I usually thought Dick came around after Bruce had met all of his like major villains, Joker, Scarecrow.
No. Well,
all
okay,
of that.
Joker, yes. Joker, yes.
yes, but Scarecrow, anyone else, nothing.
That's the problem with you. That's the problem with Long Halloween, to be fair.
True. Long Halloween does that 1 year.
Yeah, but it takes
Yeah,
place over 1
that's
year,
what
but by
made me
the end
think.
of
That's what. Sorry to cut you off, Robert. That's what made me think Dick came after all of them because like
Yeah.
I always thought like Long
No,
Halloween.
that is true. Because Long Halloween did become the new canon. It did.
Yeah,
And
exactly
the
one.
majority of villains were already established over the course of Long Halloween.
Although some of them don't make sense. Like Freeze does not make a sense to be a year 2 villain.
Wait, Freeze in that story? I know about that.
No.
No, he appeared in Dark Victory. He wasn't in the original Long
Victory.
Halloween.
Oh, Dark Victory.
But even then, no, he should not be that early.
Yeah,
year 3, year 4, maybe, but not a year 2.
Year 4, yes. Year 2, going to year 3, that still feels a little too early.
Speaking of Long Halloween, y'all remind me, did anyone read the sequel to Long Halloween?
Yeah, Dark Victory. We were just talking about that.
No, not.
Oh, you mean last Halloween that's going on now? That's the end of the trilogy.
Yes, that one, the recent one.
I'm enjoying it.
Cool.
I'll say this: it's better Lying from Loeb than Hush 2.
The Hush 2 is bad. Like it makes no sense. Like
Okay, there are only 2 issues in. First issue was fine. The second issue was god awful.
Yeah,
have you read it?
I have read it. At least in my opinion, because we do need to get ready for CLD in an hour. But in my opinion, Hush 2 was likely going to be an Elseworld, was likely, or at least the original concept was as a standalone. But then the Bat book's gonna get relaunched anyway, so we might as well squeeze it in here as like a mini arc and boost some numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, I was excited for Hush 2 because I always wanted them to bring back Tommy Elliott because he's another one of like the whole Bruce's villains are like a concept of him. So I always wanted Tommy to be like what Bruce would have been like if he like
was entitled or
wait, hold on. Jay, sorry to ask this, but can I cuss on here if that's all right?
Sure. Do what you gotta do.
I always wanted Tommy to be like the Bruce that if he wasn't like what am I trying to say? If he was fucked up, basically.
Yeah,
like we can all agree on that. Tommy's like the fucked up Bruce.
I see where you're coming from. And yeah, I don't mind cursing on my channel as long as it's relevant to
but like that's always why I wanted Tommy to be in like they really screwed the pooch on Hush 2, especially when people were hyping it up. So like
but I do see sorry, Robert, just right quick. I do see the difference because Tommy was actually abused by his parents, which led to his psychological break.
Well, most of it was Deanie's the one who established that. Not Loeb.
Yeah.
Wait, was that in Heart of Hush or was that a separate story?
Heart of Hush. That was Heart of Hush.
Okay, but Deanie wrote it. Okay.
Yeah, now I gotta say, one thing that does bother me, I don't get it. It's Tommy going after Joker because of Heart of Hush, or is it not Heart of Hush, Return of Hush, or is it because of that extra story that he and Loeb did where Harley bonked him on the head after he got out of the water?
After Harley Quinn?
Because Joker was there too.
Yeah, because Harley Quinn
and told her to do it. Yeah, I don't because the fact that Loeb worked on that little bit. That's why I'm wondering. Now, to be fair, Return of Hush, I'd rather that story didn't exist at all.
Was it bad?
I still want my money back from it.
It was bad. The only thing good of that,
god awful.
The only thing good about that was having his heart removed is what inspired him then to remove Selena's heart.
Oh, that is brutal. That's very dark.
But that's the only good that came out of that. And that wasn't even from the story itself. It's what it inspired.
Oh.
So I would say though, why is Jason using guns?
Yeah,
why is Jason using guns again?
Why? Why are you using guns? It makes no sense.
They don't even explain why he's using guns again.
To be fair, when people think of Jason, they do think of him as the Robin with guns. So, like, I can't blame
But
them.
the comic hasn't had him use gun since New 52 started.
And when we
Wait. Didn't
Actually, he
briefly
has to
use
use
guns
the
in
new
Urban
52,
Legends?
Oh, sorry, Rebirth.
I mean, I always thought like Jason used he used guns, but in his first debut, he used regular bullets.
Yes.
Then when he and Bruce reconciled, he started going to rubber bullets. So I always thought,
yeah, and you're
he
right.
kept that.
You're right, Cameron. But they don't explain why he's now switching back to bullets just out of the blue. And when Batman would then shoot him to test to see if he's Clayface.
Yeah, it makes no sense. At the end of Rebirth, he dropped the gun to kill guys. It was weird.
Yeah.
But
I mean, in my opinion, I think. Sorry to cut you off, but I think it's because DC is trying to make Jason relevant. Because I may get some hate for this. Jason, in my opinion, really doesn't have that much going on for him.
Yeah,
the Outlaw storyline was cool and whatnot, but like whenever he's paired up with Batman, they always go back to the whole "oh, I hate you." Like, what? I'm sorry to like ramble, but when they had Bruce beat Jason. I forgot which run it was, but when they had him beat Jason to like a Blade Pope, I was like,
you're talking
okay,
about Gotham War. You're talking about Gotham War?
No,
yes. Thank you, Robert. That's what I hated when DC like, can y'all just have this pair be father and son again?
Agreed. And I'll say this. Gotham War, let's be honest, that wasn't Bruce.
No, that was
Zur-En-Arr.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, okay.
Doesn't help that DC marketed it as Bruce. They marketed it as Bruce.
Okay, can I ask you something? That actually one thing that bothered me. Going back to Damian. Why did Damian go along with it, not realizing that was his dad in the metal suit?
Yeah,
why did it take him so long to realize it was Zur-En-Arr?
Because you need the drag. Because you wanted a Bat family. Because you wanted a Bat family versus Bat family story. So they were just trying it. It's an occasion where they make the child character act childish.
No, I'm not talking about Gotham War. I'm talking about after Gotham War.
Oh, after Gotham War.
Because they wanted to have. All right, let's be honest. DC uses the Bat family only when they want to have drama.
To an extent, Cameron does have a bit of a point.
Okay, Jay, I'm talking about around absolute power.
Okay, with failsafe. Okay.
Yeah,
with failsafe.
They have no excuse on that one.
Yeah, when you had Zur-En-Arr in failsafe, and yet he was claiming Batman Bruce upload himself in there, and Damian seemed to go along with it until he then seemed to realize, wait, you're failsafe. And you're Zur-En-Arr.
Yep, and then Bill did knock him out and transferred his own personality into Robin body.
No, I will say the clone Bruce, the clone.
Oh
Robin,
Robin.
That was just a cop out, to tie up loose ends, get Bruce back into the $1 billion club, and undo
his hand back,
and get his hand back.
Hand back.
Pretty much undoing everything, or at least a majority of what was his name? Not Tinian.
Tom King?
No, it was he just
was the one who took his money away.
No, he did the failsafe arc. Like he literally just
finished Zdarsky.
Thank you.
Zdarsky. Yeah, thank you, Robin.
Pretty much undoing a lot of what Zdarsky was setting up, or at the very least giving resolution to it.
So just the usual for DC.
The only resolution that not get resolved is Alfred's death. That's still not been left on.
They're not going to undo it.
No,
Alfred is bring Alfred back is a new reboot.
Yeah. Until a new reboot happens or an Elseworld stories, Alfred is officially shelved.
Yeah. I am surprised that they have committed Alfred's death this long.
Agreed.
I'm surprised they commit that as well.
Because if you kill off Alfred, it's the point of no return. You can't take it back.
No. They could. You know why? They did it once.
Yep.
Back to Christ then. They killed him off. Then they found out he was going to be in the 60s show. So they made him the outsider. And then had it, was revealed that was a way of bringing him back. They stopped him and reverted him back to Alfred.
Yep. Well, but 100% that did happen.
You know about that, Jay Heat?
Yeah, he was brought back for. He was shelved in the Silver Age, but he was brought back for synergy purposes with the Adam West show.
I did not know that. I thought this was the first official death of Alfred,
No,
but
technically
thanks for the
second.
history lesson, Robert.
Yep.
Technically
Yeah.
second.
Yeah, and that's why you had the outsider in Forever Evil on Earth 3 being an evil Alfred.
Oh yeah, we forgot about that.
Because he was the outsider.
Didn't he die in that
No.
story? The outsider.
Yeah, he
No.
was killed by the
Oh, what?
Masahas.
Oh, you're right. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
and you also had the outsider in Flashpoint, and I think that was meant to be Alfred too.
Wait, that happened in Flashpoint? I know what this.
It was in one of
They
the
had an
time issues.
outsider
Tevia.
who was not named in
Oh.
there.
But I'm positive that was Alfred. It had to be.
It had to be Alfred. That makes sense.
You didn't see Alfred with you got Penguin in Alfred's place for Batman for Flashpoint Batman.
Yeah, that confused me. Like even
It was weird.
I love the movie. I think the movie is good. I know there's gonna be that.
Oh, you're talking about the movie? No, I'm talking about the comic.
No, the comic did that too. The comic
Yeah.
did that too,
Yeah,
Tevia.
too.
That's just a weird change.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
whew, 4 hours. This was a great discussion. Lord.
Yeah.
it was.
Glad I came on here. This was great.
I
Yep.
just need like some pills to be able to sleep.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the way,
I know with the time zone difference, you have to be
Yep.
exhausted.
Yep. Hey, Jay, can you and I talk after we sign off?
Sure, I got a few minutes. We got about an hour before CLD, but I can talk.
Yeah.
But,
All right.
I want
But,
to share something
all right.
when
All
the
right,
camera
we'll
is
go
off.
around.
All right, go ahead.
Anything-
When the camera is off.
Oh, when the camera's off. All right.
All right. Anything, Cameron, you want to say or add before we go around the room, promote and do final thoughts?
No, just like thanks for having me on. I'm very glad I came on here, even though I was late. So and thanks again for the history lessons. Learned a lot.
It's
Hey,
quite all right, man.
If
Glad
you ever
to
want to
have
come on Pro Teachers Noobs, let me know and I'll teach you a whole lot of stuff.
You got it, man. You got it.
you.
Yep.
All right, we're now gonna go around the room. Pika, you go first.
Yeah, you can find me from here from at this sign here on YouTube. I had just by this point yesterday on a Friday I posted a video about the PlayStation 2 Batman Begins video game, and I'm going to be streaming Drakengard and Final Fantasy 16 on the different alternating days going forward, and I have 3 videos in currently active production. There's the part 4 of my 4-part review series on Batman vs Robin. That is one video. I'm trying to get All-Star Superman video done before James Gunn's Superman movie comes out. And then I have a video game comparison review comparing the first Silent Hill video game to Resident Evil Village.
Ooh.
Oh,
Nice.
All right. Then should I go next?
Yes, Robert, give me just one moment to switch you guys out and you'll be ready to go. All right, exit. And whenever you're ready.
I'm Robert Willing. You can check out my link. It'll probably be down in the description. I have my show Pro Teachers Noobs, where I go over a bunch of comics with people who have never read the books before. Well, usually. I'm coming up on it in less than 550, in which case I will be going over Mouse.
ooh, cool.
Yep. And then after that, Peek and I we're going to do a whole week of Blackest Night.
Cool.
That's all.
Okay. Anything else, Robert?
Nope.
All right. Cameron, anything you want to share?
No, like I said, everything I wanted to say was previous. Thank you for the history lesson, and see you guys at COD.
All right. And Tevia, anything you want to promote?
Yeah. Yesterday I did do a video of a fan comic at the Spider-Go at the comic. Well, kind of called Hellspinner. I always at the independent drawing. I got the ask me to review it, and I really it was a good story. I think today I'll do my repeat fantasy in future. I'll try to get Davey copyright nonsense. I'll try to react the best I can.
Yes. Yeah, the Tomorrowverse retrospective, we are planning.
Yeah,
that.
well, Retrospective, we want to do that. We just need to set a date though. We never got a chance to do that for the. but hopefully it'll do that in the future. Hopefully, quite again that one. But other than that, I'm trying to do my Young Peacemaker Season 2. The new trailer came out today. I'll try to do another Godzilla announcement that got out today. But other than that, on Wednesday I did review the Venom comic. That book was bad. Like what the fuck? Without you even thinking.
Wait. What Batman comic?
No. Venom. The all new Venom.
Oh,
comic.
Venom. Oh.
Yeah.
Less said the better. Less said the better.
Yeah.
That's
I
about
wouldn't even waste
said
the
better.
I wouldn't even waste a shelf title gone bad on that. That's just Marvel being Marvel being petty, being spiteful at that point.
Let's go. Let's not go into a rant about that. We're gonna be here all day.
All right. Kevin, anything else? Anything else?
I like I said before, I did do my reviews away on that book already, which kind of was bad. But other than that, I think that's all I got coming up for my channel. Other than that, okay. Yep.
All right. As for me, I'm not going to do the solo layout for myself to save time. As for me, I'm on a path. I recently started a Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order playthrough. I've already got the second part set to premiere in a couple of hours. Also, I do other games like Sparking Zero, Drag. Oh, hold on. Videos and games. It looks like we have a last minute guest on the show.
Cool.
You showed up just as we were wrapping up.
Yeah.
But and also we just got news to this today, so I'm going to go ahead and announce it. Either this Monday or Tuesday, depending on my work schedule, we're going to review 16 through 20, since the last 2 episodes are going to be simul-released on the last day.
Cool.
So that's going to be a long one. That's going to be 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 5 episodes straight. That's going to be every bit. That's going to be about a 2-hour stream. I want to say about a good 2 hours.
2-hour stream for sure.
Yep.
All right.
So it's like, comment, subscribe, stick around for that. Yeah. Thanks for joining, everyone. Flame on.
And may your heart be going keep.